still going live? Are we live? I'm live! Hello! Welcome to the stream. How is everyone doing? Howdy, howdy, howdy. Alright, sorry. Always so awkward. Hello. Welcome to Feedback Friday Art Edition. I believe 4th time in a row. uh, sorry for the haphazard intro. And my appearance, my goodness. I'm seeing myself. What appears to be for the first time today. It's not a good thing. I'm gonna immediately jump over to Photoshop, I think, shrink my face down. Hello everyone. Welcome to the art stream. No Halloween announcement from me. I'm sorry, I don't deliver on that. I am an art man and I do the art things. And so in case it's not obvious at this moment, we're working on a trap skin for the Relic Hunter Season 8 rewards. And looking at a handsome devil. Thank you. Yeah, okay, so surprise. Basically, the idea is we wanted to kind of have lots of really cool, fun stuff to earn in the upcoming Relic Hunter. We're doing some cool stuff with the upcoming season. I hope you guys really enjoy. I think it's going to be good for the community. Some great stuff in the pipeline that's being designed. And so we've already done a number of cool rewards. I shared the stream with you last week about kind of creating this really unique base. And then basically Norman, our newest dev, has been kind of like doing a lot of work, kind of helping us design and structure this release, and it's very exciting. And he's kind of like provided lots of cool ideas, and one of the ideas was wanting to kind of like come up with a cool skin for some of the newest traps. Obviously, the Floating Islands has a set of 4 traps, each with their own upgrades. And basically, the idea behind this trap skin is, although it's very early to kind of come out with a new trap skin, especially for a trap that basically no one really has at the moment, the idea and reasoning behind doing this, and more specifically for the Stinger trap. So this is the upgraded Law trap that I'm planning on doing the skin for. Is that first of all, it's technically the easiest trap to upgrade in the area. It is going to be the best in slot for the Law that's available. And the Relic Hunter Season 8 is going to be open for basically a full year. So by the time we're kind of like wrapping it up, that's going to be a lot of time for people to have earned this trap and have it, and then be able to kind of like have some skins for it, which could be fun. And then also a number of the ideas that we've been discussing internally have considered using Law as a potential power type within it. And so that means that because this is the easiest trap to get the upgrade for, because there's still lots of room for Law to be kind of used and expanded upon for future stuff, it feels like, if we had to choose one of the 4 traps for the new area to provide a skin for, the Stinger is probably the kind of most comfortable one to start with. Obviously, we'll be generating new trap skins for the other ones because I'm pretty excited about those traps just in general. And I think we'll want to have lots of potential for them in the future. Although, obviously, a lot of the upgraded versions are quite out of reach for most players. And I think that for the most part, for trap skins for the other power types, we'll probably consider doing it for the base variant. Or maybe even look into the whole idea of having one trap skin available for the base and upgraded versions of a trap. That's still something we need to kind of like, dig into a little more. Kind of one of those quality of life features that I think would be like excellent to do. But it means, oh, we got to pull some developers off of a certain, off of working on whatever they're working on to, dig into this, because it's not something that just an artist, like, I can be like, here's the concept. I just did, by saying like, what if we could have a trap skin apply to multiple traps, but like a developer is the one that needs to actually go in, see how complex and the issues involved, and if the system can work around that, and how to do all that. So um, basically, in the future, that might be something we get to do. But right now, because the law is the easiest one, it's like, okay, for the upgrade, that's not terrible. Also, the law is in a unique place where there is a better law trap out there than the base version, whereas the other power types is kind of like, well, if you get the base version, it is an upgrade. It's a little unique, and so it seems like the one out of the 4 traps that is the easiest to like create a skin for right now. So yeah, I mean, I am kind of just building up the structure of it based off of the original drawing, and then I'm gonna be using this kind of layer to kind of like add the extra details, and basically I've just kind of like thrown down, not even all of the kind of foundation for it. I was planning on having all the sketch ready to go from yesterday, but I was actually in meetings literally for I think probably 5 hours in total all of yesterday, so did not end up having as much time to kind of wrap up the sketch phase to just be able to render today. But so basically, the idea of uh, this design is I want to maybe bring that jade element into it, the gold kind of like foil, the ancient relic feel. I think that's always just a fun aesthetic to work around. I enjoy incorporating it, and it's very interesting to see all kinds of ways you can do that. So that's one of the ideas, one of the directions we could go. Obviously, this is a live stream, so I'm going to be looking to you guys to help me kind of shape where we want to see this go. Obviously, it doesn't need to be like absolutely locked in on the Relic Hunter kind of theme. We've done all kinds of different skins at different times. We have done other Relic Hunter skins, and generally they are more like that regally kind of valuable treasure kind of feeling. And this trap already incorporates those elements. So do we want to push that further, or do we want to explore another element of the theme potentially? One of the things that I noticed while I was sketching it out is it has these kind of scrolls kind of like bundled on the sides, and it actually gave me this thought of like, oh, what if those were like treasure scrolls? You'd opened a treasure map, and now it's like connected to this thing. That could be fun. So playing on that and pushing that side of it could be interesting, making it look more like you are, using this to do treasure hunting and stuff. And that's fun, I think. So maybe we'll try pushing that. And of course, we can change and alter the shapes of things and kind of like try different designs. I want to keep it relatively close, but like I'm okay with kind of like, pushing it and trying different things if people want to share ideas, and we'll kind of try stuff out. But yeah. How can I have so many meetings in a single day? In the morning, basically for the past 2 weeks and for a couple of weeks in the future, basically I don't take vacations. So what ends up happening is I end up getting way too much vacation time that I never use, because I'm terrible at doing that for myself. And so I was looking at my kind of like, we have a system that calculates how much vacation time you've kind of accrued, and lets you schedule it, which is an awesome feature that we didn't have many years ago. So it's nice to have now. But I was looking at it, I was like, I got to use this up. And since we can't travel anywhere. I'm not going to get to go on a trip and, you know, eat up 2 weeks or something like that. So instead, what I decided to try is taking Wednesdays off and doing like a split week where basically I work 2 days, take a break for a day, work 2 days, have a weekend. So I've been doing that. It's pretty interesting. Um, yeah, exactly. I enjoy working on the project, so I don't tend to take my vacations. Um, but what that's also encouraged me to do is work on my own kind of like uh, learning and stuff. So basically, instead of working on MouseHunt on Wednesdays, I actually work on kind of like educating myself. And I've been doing some more kind of coding and game design stuff because, you know, I've enjoyed developing prototypes for MouseHunt, and I want to get better at that. And so basically, that's what I'm doing on those days. Not for MouseHunt because I'm taking a vacation, Jacob, but it is to kind of like develop those tools and skills. And one of the things I did this Wednesday was I decided to sign up for my first ever game jam. So I'm pretty excited about that. And that actually started today. So my brain is like, I want to work on this idea that I just learned about, but I'm gonna stream with you guys. But um, the game jam that I decided to join is basically for like game jam newbies, people who haven't really done a game jam before. So it's got a nice, comfortable timeline. It was a week, but they actually extended it to 2 weeks. What is a game jam? Great question. So traditionally, a game jam is something that um, uh, people, like a whole community of people, will get together and kind of hang out over a weekend. Let's say often it's like 48 hours or maybe 72 hours long, but you have you have that is me. I need a vacation to code. But you have kind of like a whole pile of people come together that are all interested in making games together. And people split off into teams or they do it solo, like I am. And basically, they have a set amount of time where they have to make a game. So, like, really fast. Like, some of them are 24 hours, which is insane. But basically, you know, they'll work together and like someone will like they'll come up with the concept for the game itself based off of the theme that's given by whoever's running the game jam. So the one that I'm a part of, um, it got announced last night at like midnight, basically, that the theme for this game jam is a different planet. So basically, you just take that snippet and go in any direction you want. It's just a jump off point. So there's kind of like this theme that everyone runs with. So it's not a blank canvas because I don't work well with blank canvas, and not a lot of creatives do. It really helps to have kind of like a direction. So basically, that's the idea, and then you just make a game, and basically you try and make it as simple as possible so you can actually finish it. And so, yeah, that's my exciting kind of thing that I'm trying with my vacation. And it's also a nice time for it because uh, it's a long weekend with Thanksgiving, and I'm not going to be traveling to visit family, thanks to the state of the world. And so that means that I have more time to work on my idea. So basically, I have kind of a loose concept, and over this long weekend, I'm going to try and mock it up in code and see if I can get a rough prototype working. And hopefully I can kind of finish a really like crunchy bad version of it by the end of Monday, so that I can spend kind of like basically my personal goal for it is I want to like complete the game within a week, which was the original time frame for it, and then have a full week to just kind of add juice and polish and just kind of like make it not buggy and bad. So that's kind of my plan, and I need to do so much stuff that I've never done before. Like I'll probably want to do a little bit of rough animation in it and like sound design. I've never done any of that, but I think that could be really neat to explore. And then doing stuff like kind of like publishing it to the actual kind of like game directory. The best I've done is being like, hey Dave, here's the build that I made for the prototype. Can you make this work? And I hand it off to someone who knows how to plug it into a repository that can actually run the thing. So I'll have to learn how to do that, and maybe make like a little mini trailer for it if I have leftover time or something. Basically, just kind of trying to learn how to do all those little kind of like elements that are required, but within like such a short amount of time that I'm forced to do it really, really quickly and as minimal as possible. I should probably pull the chat over here. Actually, did I move it down here last time? Kind of feels like it's a bit too cramped right now to do that. Next MouseHunt area is located on an entirely different planet. I won't lie, I've had some of my ideas be very MouseHunt adjacent, and I do want to try and work with what I know. I don't want to like try and reinvent the wheel for myself, where it's like I'm gonna make a like first person shooter that I've never done anything with. The concepts that I'm bouncing around in my head are very kind of like, okay, you take a single action and the world kind of changes a little based on the action taken, and then you get the feedback from that, and then you use that feedback to kind of like do another step, and it allows me to kind of like work in a space that I understand, because taking a turn with the hunter's horn is like, okay, one step, stuff changes, you react to that, as opposed to like an arcade style game where you're like dodging bullets and stuff. And it's like I've experimented with tutorials on that, but I'm less kind of like comfortable building that kind of a prototype, so I'd rather make something that I know I can make within that amount of time, and I'll still learn tons from it. I'm mainly doing this just to gain that experience of like creating a completed thing. So I think it's going to be a pretty awesome experience. Where is this? There it is. Set top opacity on. All right. So that's my goal, and basically, I'm gonna try and post some stuff about it on my art page too. So if anyone's actually interested in following this, pardon me, I'll probably be doing extra posts on my social media stuff, which I am very bad at doing. So I need to do that more. But this is a great excuse to do more of that. So if you're interested in kind of following along and seeing my progression, I'm actually even considering doing a stream on my own kind of personal Twitch, where I'll do like a stream of kind of working on the art for that kind of quick project, just to try it, I think. And also the game jam that I joined, it's like very positive for kind of like having people teach each other stuff. So like I don't know much coding or anything outside of the art world, so like I can kind of reach out and talk to people there and ask for advice. Meanwhile, I can also kind of like offer advice and such to people who are interested in what I know. So I kind of want to try doing an art stream in case any of them are interested in kind of joining in and asking questions, and I can at least give back. Not need to drag my mouse through there. So I think that's gonna be pretty fun and exciting. Let's see. Uh, May I ask, have you encountered any crashing problems upon launching using Android Studio 4 for Android games on mobile? Not to my experience. Uh, I can't help with that. I personally have not had that happen or have that specific experience, so can't help. Sorry. All right. Yeah, so we are doing a trap skin for the Stinger trap. Basically, we're going to make it feel more kind of Relic Hunter somehow. That's the goal. I'm going to try and wrap it up today if we can. Yeah, the game jam's on itch. I'll actually, when I do a post about it, I'll include where the game jam is, in case you're interested. Keep an eye on my art page or Twitter that I've posted to maybe like 4 times, I feel like. Yeah. Yeah, obviously I don't want to make this MouseHunt stream about the game jam. I just wanted to kind of like share my excitement about that because it's pretty fun and cool, and I'm sure some of you are interested in that. Um, yeah, I'd be happy to share more on that later. All right, so basically right now I'm just kind of like sketching out the base version of this just to kind of like have everything placed so I know what to work with, know what I can kind of like manipulate to keep the kind of similar design. But then because it's all in one layer, one sketched layer, I can easily just kind of push and pull things. Um, and that's just kind of a nice way to handle this, I think. Um, this is a skin for it. An eldritch maw. Yeah. Uh, as fun as it would be to do like an awesomely like epic Halloween thing, unfortunately, due to the nature of kind of like making content for upcoming events, um, we've already completed all the art for Halloween. Uh, as perfect as it would be to draw that kind of stuff right now, even if I did, we wouldn't be able to plug it in because like the mobile stuff has to be sent through and approved ahead of time because there's always extra delays for like approval and stuff like that. So it needs to be all kind of like sorted out well ahead. And then obviously just to kind of be on the safer side, we like to have all the artwork wrapped up in case we need to suddenly, like, oh, we need to like add these assets, but oh, we don't have time now, so I guess we can't. So always good to do it ahead of time. But yeah, it's a little too bad because it's like right now is exactly when it would be awesome to see those kind of spooky, scary skeleton drawings. So but yeah, I hope you enjoy the Halloween stuff we have designed. I'm pretty proud of the work we've done for it. I'm really excited to see what you guys think. Did some cool trap skins and rewards and stuff. So soon enough. I didn't end up doing the costume for the kite mouse this year, unfortunately. Um, but we did do the adventurer, which is fun, and we do actually have, I believe the cloud gazer is the name. Maybe I'm wrong, but one of those kind of like generic island mice, not the kite flyer though. But we did do a little costume for that one, which I think is great. Because originally I was like, oh yeah, I'm totally gonna end up drawing the kite flyer on stream, no doubt about it. I'm sure the stream will be like, yes, this is the one that you should draw, Jacob. And then it nearly was, but I didn't even think of the Terrified Adventure mouse as kind of like one of the things I might end up drawing. But after you guys suggested it, I was like, oh my gosh, that's perfect, because I'm even planning on going into the Rift to use some good Halloween aura there. Um, as I'm sure many have been suggesting to do. All right. So this kind of has like an interesting asymmetry to it, which is fun. Like especially the stuff at the back here. I might kind of like have this thing be out front here, just to kind of like have it be more kind of wrapped around as opposed to everything just behind the structure at the moment. But yeah, we'll need to kind of like look at it and try and figure out, okay, well, what can we do to like change this up in a meaningful way. So I think a lot of these kind of like gizmos and stuff, we could swap them out completely for something different to kind of like tell a different story with this design. I've kind of like altered some of the shapes on things, like this canvas here. I wanted to kind of like bring more attention to it, so I kind of like modified its shape to take a little bit more attention to itself. It's kind of a little more dramatic, I guess, the way it's kind of sagging and like these edges are kind of popping out and it's unfurling a little bit more actively, stuff like that. But I do want to kind of like make it feel more like a treasure map or something. I think that's a fun theme. So I just looked at this and realized I should flip it the other way. That would look good for them both to be kind of rolled against the trap in a similar way. So this would be kind of spiraling in this way. I want it to open out, kind of like this. So it's kind of emulating what the other one's doing, only it's going to be rotated a bit more. Just to allow that to kind of like hang more heavily. There we go. I think that works. All right. A stay-at-home mousetrap. I like it. Good message. Oh, the Daydreamer. Yeah, that's it. Again, like my internal names for mice and traps and stuff is always wrong because of kind of how we handle the files on the art side. I am trying to get into the practice of, when I know what the in-game name is, updating the original file so that when it comes time to like, hey Jacob, can you send me this trap so I can do a skin for it, I can easily find it using just kind of like a quick search, as opposed to having to dig through all my folders and hope I placed it correctly. Although nowadays I'm much better about that. I have a lot less of the issue of kind of like dig through too many folders that are almost the same thing, looking for a very old file that is just poorly set up in the first place. In which case I like end up finding it and I'm like, I'm just gonna like remake this file before I send it to you because it's that bad. Not like redoing the art, but like modifying the layout and groups of layers and stuff like that. Sometimes even like the color profile was wrong. That was a nightmare. Thankfully, I don't have to do much of that these days. Oh, Alex Flaxton, you clever person. That wouldn't unroll if you unclipped it, and that is a great point, because I would want it to unroll, wouldn't I? I imagine that, yeah, maybe this is like clasped here or something like that, and then you like unpin it, and suddenly it furls down. Yep, I like it. All right, let's flip it around then. I like this shape a lot, but I think we can kind of keep that feeling about it. Yeah, I didn't even think of that. Silly me. And that would make sense. You know, you're like, you want to like just be ready at all times while you're doing this treasure hunting, so you like quickly pull that down and it reveals it, and then you like fold it or roll it back up real quick and, you know, clip it in, and you're ready to go. So yeah, let's see, what can we do to flip that around? I'm gonna actually duplicate this layer just because I like this, and if I change my mind, and it's like, nah, they just roll it up and put it up there manually instead of being able to unfurl it. I don't want to lose what I have. All right, so instead we'll have it kind of like, so I really liked exaggerating the shape a little bit more at the ends. So just kind of having it furl out even more. Okay, that doesn't feel too bad. And then obviously this wouldn't have that seam in it anymore. But that does mean that it could easily have kind of like a map drawn on it, you know, with like this kind of detail, because it's like, oh, we might be looking at the middle of the map. Although another thing to think about with it being laid out like this is, hey, if it's set up like that, Jacob, and you unclipped it and rolled it down, suddenly the map drawing's on the inside of the thing, so the mouse trapped inside with all these gems and jewels would be able to be like, oh, okay, so this is where the map's saying you gotta go. Like, probably not the orientation of the map. So I guess it can't display that either. Dagnabbit. Alright. Oh, shucks. Okay. That's too bad, because I feel like that'd be a fun detail to show off. And I think, yeah, in this case, it wouldn't make much sense either to have the map on this side. I guess it could, though, like you unclip it and you're just pulling it out. But you probably roll it so the image is on the inside anyways to keep it safer. So either way, I don't think it would be ideal to have the map visible on the exterior. Here, I'll have just the edge of that showing here because I want it to. That's fine. I think it might have a chance of peeking out right there. I feel like this bar here might actually pull in a bit tighter here. Right, because if it's following that line, that, in which case I can make this piece of the map kind of like go further out to break that silhouette edge here. And that should just read a little bit nicer, I think, for the design I'm going for anyways. So it's maybe a bit thinner and taller, the design I'm going for. Cool. All right. Yeah, I mean, like, maybe I should just draw it with the map unfurled. That might be better. Why didn't I try that? Brilliant. Because it's like, okay, well, I'm going to have to, like, redesign all this to, like, be, you know, different enough to make it exciting. But you know what? Why not show this in action, right? So here we go again. Let's actually have the map kind of furled down. So it would be kind of clipped in here. And I think it would be cool to have it kind of slightly curled up, actually, to kind of show that that it was recently rolled up, and it's kind of like keeping a bit of that shape. And I think it just makes it more interesting to look at too if it has a little bit more dynamic form. So let's see this. Yeah, and I think something like this is different enough to kind of make it special. You earn this by doing lots of maps in the first place. It's really narrow at the bottom. Don't worry about that. I'll fix it. I'm just trying to like figure out the like form and shape that I want to create down here. Like how does this kind of warp in on itself and twist to kind of like make it interesting and dynamic. And then I can kind of like modify the top and bottom to kind of look like they're, you know, an actual rectangle, not a weird trapezoid thing. So pull this in a bit. I'll have to pull this side in a bit. Now I'm kind of like, oh, this would make such a good, like, Great Winter Hunt trap skin if I were to, like, turn this into the naughty or nice list, and this is, like, a weird Santa sleigh type thing. That would be pretty good. Now I'm kind of like, are we gonna miss out on an opportunity if we do it this way? But I guess the one thing about it being like a Great Winter Hunt version would be, we gotta like, you know, put out this cool trap skin that basically no one at that point in time has the actual trap, because I think a lot of people are like going for stuff like the Forgotten Trap, that kind of like has a little more kind of use right off the bat, I think, for some people. So they kind of skipped the law one because they could just, you know, go for the Forgotten to start and like use that one right away, and like have some nice kind of gains with that, versus if you go the Forgotten or the law route, you have to kind of like build all the way to the upgraded version to like make pretty good use of it, unless you didn't have the better law trap, which I imagine a lot of people are in that boat already, which is fine, because law is balanced based off of the base law trap, which is why it's kind of like the one of the easiest kind of runs, and allows people to kind of like be a little more comfortable being able to show up with kind of like, you know, not necessarily the best of everything. They can kind of use their stones more selectively to try and kind of like favor the law roll runs. Same with like doing maybe tournaments and stuff. It's like you can kind of like use your resources to try and get effective runs thanks to that. So I'm actually going to pull this shape out again now that I'm having the map unfurled, the shape of it just kind of needed to fit within the boundaries of the canvas, so couldn't really have this go off the screen at the bottom here, so had to narrow it. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And I'm in the same boat as you, Arctic E. I also am skipping the law trap right now. You know, I'll go back for it once I have a surplus of jewels, which the rate that I hunt at, I don't think I'll have that anytime soon. But yeah, I think it's going to be the one that I kind of like. I don't think I'll go for it last, for sure. But I think I might be kind of like trying to focus the base versions of the traps before I go for the upgrades. And then once I have the base versions, then it's like, well, maybe I'll have enough to kind of decide to upgrade this version over that version. And at that point is when I'll kind of like make a decision on what I want to grind for. Yeah, but I'm not there yet. Not even close. All right, so I don't know. What do we think of this? I feel like it doesn't have quite the quality of like life to it that the kind of furled up version has. Like I love the kind of bounce and form and shape of that, but this has kind of more of an interesting potential for cool storytelling stuff where it's like, oh hey, here's like the map kind of thing. And because you did a lot of maps to be able to get this, you know, it's fine that we make it like all about the map thing. I think that's okay. Even though it's not like gonna do anything in terms of kind of making your mapping better, it won't have special mechanics for that or anything. But because you had to put in the work to earn this in that way, I think it's cool to like have the theme present in it. And it also makes it feel pretty different, as opposed to just kind of like maybe a more Jade version of the upgraded or of the Stinger trap. It's a little more unique than that, I think. Charlie, you're so weird. Why do you have to be on my desk to clean yourself? Hey, come on. Don't be like that. I'm just trying to move you. And cleaning yourself all over my keyboard. It's not very helpful. Anytime I stream, she's just like, gotta get up in this space now. Don't really do it otherwise, though. She's literally like rolling around on my desk, cleaning her butt. It's the worst. The worst. Alright, maybe I will. I don't quite like how narrow it is. I do like that kind of like thicker, wider map. Yeah, it does look better rolled up, but yeah, like the better storytelling of the map displayed. It like the shape of it feels better too, with it kind of like way back here, right? Like it looks cool all the way out there and all the way up here. But yeah, I think that maybe we could try somewhere in between. No, because like the thing is it like would roll out here, but then it would want to like go off the page. That said, maybe going off the page isn't the end of the world, because if we look at the actual original, it is a trap that uses the full kind of canvas. You know, it actually has the backdrop, and so having it crop isn't terrible. It's not ideal maybe, but it's okay to do. I won't be upset because it already is cropping the background, I guess. Ah, sunlight. Why you like this? Sorry, just liking a piece of art that uh, was shared on the art channel. Okay, so let's try that really quick. So I have this version, which I think is pretty fun, but maybe we can do something in between them where it's like mostly rolled up but partially unfurled. I think that could be okay. And then to do it, we'll just kind of have it crop off the edge. So let's kind of unsnap that, but like keep the dimensions. And then let's even just kind of grab this, right? And this. Let's see what happens if we just pull it down. Just grab that too. Just go whoop. Have it cover over quite a bit here. Oops, didn't mean to take these with it. Okay, this might work. I can just have it like, oh, you know what? I might be able to get away with this. That could work. All right, let's see. Let's see. This might do it. All right, erase all this, and it's very kind of like extreme how kind of folded over itself and bent out of shape it is, but I think that that's what I liked about the original sketch that I did. So I want to try and capture that and keep it. So there we go. Goes down to there. This kind of folds out because it's bumping into this wing thing. And then that can go up to here, let's say, and erase away there. Have those straps sit out front of this. I think this will do it. So I'll get the best of both worlds. So I'm actually going to have this maybe even have kind of like a fold in it here. So there's like weird crimping happening with the paper. Maybe. We don't need to keep it, but I just wanted to see what that would look like. And then I don't think it's going to be pinched up here, how it was. Instead, it no longer has those straps restricting it, so it won't droop in that fun way, but maybe there's just a hint of that still. I don't like how tight that is against the edge, so I'm going to bring that in just a little bit more. I'm going to make it top heavy, just to kind of like draw the eye up. I'll have a little pinch at the bottom, so it comes to a point down in the middle of this to show that it's kind of like, you know, tightly kind of like bending around this corner, and it's kind of actually technically what would happen is if it is folding up like this, where it's kind of, you know, folding upwards like this into the middle, it would actually end up pinching here pretty tightly, right? Because it's all kind of bunching up in here. But then that means that down here it actually spreads out. So that's going to be kind of stretched a bit wider. So let's see if I can kind of make this look right, maybe. I don't draw a lot of paper folds, do I? Maybe something like this. It's a little hard to see what's going on with the background. Yeah, it's like pinched together up here, but stretching out down here. I think that could work. Gives it a little more like animation too, by kind of like having these forms. I think gives it a little more life. It's a little more interesting, I think. And then yeah, I'll spread this out down here. Let's see. Ooh. The big eye in front could have a reflection of the map layout. Oh, that's interesting. So it's like hunting it for you. That's kind of cool. I actually feel like it's a little bit off balance. Might want to move this back just a smidge. I'll keep these straps as they are. I'm kind of balancing it off of the straps. The only challenge is getting to the edge of that canvas. So either I want it to like crop completely, in which case this feels more balanced here, right? But see how that goes off the edge? It's better that it goes off the edge significantly enough that it's like, okay, that was on purpose, than it is to kind of like have it right touching the edge, because that is weird. It's going to draw the eye uncomfortably. So maybe, actually I kind of want to rotate it a little bit too. I kind of like the upward weighting of the of this furl, but that's kind of out of the frame now. But I could probably do that over on this side now, where like this inner curl here is kind of more open and it gets tighter down here. Not sure if that makes any sense, but I feel like that gives it some nice kind of springy gravity by doing that. And I also like the idea of kind of having this inner kind of spooling pulled down as well. So basically here where it's kind of rolling in, it's nearly touching the bottom, but then as it goes up there's like a big gap here as opposed to down there, right? So it's pulled downward, and that kind of like I think also helps show the gravity of it pulling on everything. So spending a lot of time on this just curled paper, aren't we? It's perhaps not ideal, but it's all in the details. I think what I do need to do is be guaranteed totally done the sketch phase and have probably the flats blocked in before I go on lunch in an hour. So I'm going to move on from this part. I'm pretty happy with the design of it. I think it does do a little more storytelling, and so that's great. I'm just going to add a little bit of interest to the edges of this. I'm purposefully kind of like choosing like a big slash and a small slash that's like a third the size. Just kind of balancing out the attention and interest for it. Let's see. Have that kind of roll down here. And then because this is the inside now, finally, actually, I can do that whole kind of like, aha, X marks the spot kind of thing to, you know, show that, oh yeah, that is a treasure map. Cool. We can work on the design, have fun, throw our own little kind of Easter egg in there. Why not? I think that'd be a great place to hide people's initials. I haven't done that in a long time. We'll get to that in a bit. Don't think we'll add that right now. So just want to kind of create that strap. Don't do it, Charlie. Don't sit on the keyboard. I don't want them to be the exact same kind of shape, so I'll change this one up a bit. Maybe have it kind of just curl in a bit. Ooh, computer decided to be real slow for a moment. It's always fun. It feels a bit too thick. There we go. I think that form feels a little better. And then these bolts are kind of how the map is maybe pinned up onto the trap, perhaps. Yes, apparently it is a topographical map. Why not? Okay, so I'm going to move on from that. Certainly spent a fair amount of time on it. Just going to give a little bit more dimension to that. There we go. I didn't like it being fully filled in with the sketch. Just harder to see the dimension of it. Alright. Seems fine. So. Alright, let's see. Alright. Having like robotic arms and stuff interacting with it, that could be neat. Like we do have all these kind of like extra bits at the top. One of those could be, you know, it holding up a map or something like that. Nice. All right, let's see. Oh, it's too warm. The sun is brutal. Okay, so I think I'm pretty happy with, like, I do love that shape. It's very fun. But I do like this story more. And then I can flip this one here, and in fact, I'm going to steal this right here. Oh wait, no, that won't work. It's spun around the wrong way. Boo. Yeah, alright. I'll just need to manually flip it around. You know what? If we don't put it there, and we did decide to do the weird robot arm good times, we could have it holding, you know, a map in a robotic arm or something. And then we could do that whole kind of pinched design. I don't think this sketch is that good that I need to like completely do something ridiculous like that. It is just a sketch of a map. But I don't think it hurts to try. So if I put it like here, it's kind of a neat placement. Alright, and then just erase this hand really quick. Try that again. So it could be something like that. I don't know about that band down there. Good luck in your meetings, Alex. Compass attached to. That could work. We need to have a compass. Maybe this just is unfurling a little bit as it's adjusting its maps right now. I don't know if that works. Now it looks like it's swatting at a fly with a rolled up newspaper. Who knows? I don't know. I'm not quite feeling that arm up there. Let's just try. Try making this just stylish here. That's not bad. I'd say it's good enough for us to keep going, and we can always touch it up later. And I think another thing about it is like when I render it, it'll like give it even more presence and interest. So that's something to keep in mind too. So I think I'll maybe have the door come out to here, and have this kind of overlap a little bit more. Kind of unfortunate where I placed that slice in the map, so maybe I'll move it down so you can see what's going on here a little easier. That overlap again here, so we don't want things lining up too exactly. You get weird tangents from that. So see how that piece of map is overlapping here on purpose. It's coming out a bit further than it originally needed to, just so that it looks more balanced. Same with here. Gotta avoid tangents. Hey? Oops, all tangents. Here we go. That's better. Too cartoony. I don't know. We'll see how it looks when I render it. Obviously, it's not going to have any line weight. And, you know, I think that I wanted to embrace a bit more whimsy for some stuff. And I understand that, you know, obviously the kind of silly whimsy isn't for everybody. So, you know, obviously some of the traps for the floating islands are much less cartoony and whimsy. This one's a little more silly. So hopefully there are versions you like. And then, of course, because there's trap skins for many traps and more to come, obviously, hopefully one of the versions of a trap skin are more your style. And that is the purpose of them, to kind of decorate it however you prefer it. I'm just kind of like throwing random shapes onto this in the hopes that they might look kind of like precious gems in the end or something. Don't really know what this shape I was putting on here is accomplishing though. It didn't quite feel like a gem enough to kind of stick around with it, so might as well just get rid of it. Try that again. Alright, so I want this to be kind of a ring around this, so it's a bit thicker, so it comes out a little bit. And then I could try inserting something that's a little more gem-shaped or something like that. Let's see. Just a diamond egg, apparently. Diamond fried egg. I'll get around to that later. Don't need to perfect it right now. I want to kind of work on the overall silhouette a bit more. So I'm not feeling like it's ready yet. Stretch that out a bit. So this back here is like kind of a winged foil thing. And we can do whatever we want with it. Now obviously most of it's covered up by this map, so I don't know if it's the most kind of important element. But as you can see, I've kind of like modified some shapes already. Like the front grille, I wanted to kind of like just extend it out and make it more angular. I thought that might look fun. Let's see. What else? Yeah, there's of course like these kind of smoke smog blasters. And we can kind of like completely change up what these are. And I feel like that's probably a good place to start. to make this different. You know, obviously we did the map thing and that's cool, but I feel like more needs to be different for it to kind of work. Now, like swapping materials is a pretty cool way to do it, yet keeping most of the same kind of shapes. I'm okay with doing that. I think that could be fun, especially because of the like aesthetics involved in kind of a lot of the Relic Hunter pieces. Yeah, maybe there are different attachments that we might prefer. I don't think that sketch is helping anything. I'll just erase it. All right. Yeah, okay, I see what you're saying. Because it's such a whimsical trap, what if we went slightly different route to make it a little more kind of realistic and kind of less whimsy? Because it's a trap skin, that is the kind of like reasonable use for it to kind of change its style in case you didn't want that kind of more whimsical style. So we can try and push it a bit further to being a little more kind of real world. That said, like this design is very much based on the idea of all the steampunk technologies that the law mice have been kind of like acquiring through nefarious means. So it makes sense to kind of like dive into their very ridiculous steampunk stuff. But we can try and kind of make it feel a little bit more grounded, perhaps. So feel free to suggest ways we could do that, but like still probably, yeah, I don't think we can depart too far from where it is right now, especially since I'm trying to wrap this up at the end of the day. I don't know if that's going to happen, but I will try. Indiana Jones relic after it like channels the light into that pedestal. I see. Would that be like this thing here? Kind of like the sunbeam kind of hits this and it like shines into the back of the map, kind of having it glow in X marks the spot. I don't know if that's what you were getting at. I might have missed part of that conversation, but I think that's an interesting idea. Let's see. I think I'm gonna go grab some water. I'm very thirsty. My water ran out. So I should probably do that because speaking while thirsty is just not a good idea. I think I do want to just grab that shape so I know it exists. So I feel like I'm gonna stop seeing the sketch underneath relatively soon. And we could change what's inside here, like instead of having it be kind of the gold and gems pile, we could make it something different if we have some ideas. I think I'll still probably keep these kind of crystals. We could change them though. We're not locked in on those. It's not required. And then also we could like change the smoke and fog if we wanted to kind of go a different route with that too. So give me like a few seconds. I'm literally just gonna fill this with water. So BRB. Maybe it could be a sandstorm, being that it's law. That's a cool idea. We could try that. I don't know why, but I like the theme of this kind of like desert and a treasure hunt. That's kind of cool. We could also do something like instead of having it kind of like just hovering, it could have kind of like treads or something like that. Like change these wings into, you know, some kind of wheels or something. If we wanted to try that, it's just kind of like draped over the bottom of the base there. Maybe there's kind of a middle set here, so it's like a tripod of this or something. I don't know. I don't know about that. That's an idea. I wanted to go there. Yeah, treasure chests inside instead. I think that could work. I mean, they could just be fake anyways, right? Because if it's just to, like, lure the mouse inside, keep most of the gold, but then there's just also a treasure chest. It just adds a little bit of something special to it, right? I think that's neat. The Relic Hunter trapped inside. Oh no. You never really catch the Relic Hunter, though, do you? They just kind of like trade scroll cases for the relics. They go about their merry way. Hmm. One of the things maybe that could be interesting is so the when you're doing your treasure maps, when you like capture a mouse that has like a treasure clue, you get that kind of like magnifying glass icon. So like, what if this lens here was more like the magnifying glass or something? So maybe this shape here, this instead is kind of this big old magnifying glass coming off the side, I guess. I don't know. Making it up as we go. Looks ridiculous, I'm sure. Maybe it's not like to scale kind of thing. Just kind of. It's like very weird. Just kind of walk up and take it off and like look around. Okay, cool. Snap it back in place. I don't know. Maybe it works. Maybe I'll thin the handle a little bit. Make it more like a lever, perhaps. Maybe it not extending out to a ridiculous looking amount. Somewhere in between, perhaps. So it's like you get the idea that it's like this magnifying glass thing, but like it's not quite. It's just, now it kind of maybe looks more like just a weird thick antenna. I don't know if that's better or worse. Not the magnifying glass. No, no, no. Okay, yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I think it is a bit ridiculous. It's so much for like trying to avoid whimsy too, right? Just makes it even more ridiculous. All right. If anything, like we could use the idea of a magnifying glass, but not have it be that silly slapped on. Okay, yeah, all right. Message received. The Math Awakening TMAV3. Instead, it could be more like kind of like if you've ever seen ridiculous steampunk goggles, they sometimes will have kind of, you know, lenses on lenses, and we've done that with some mice too. I'm sure. Pretty sure we've done that. But like that can kind of like give the idea of the magnifying capabilities. I don't think that sketch is very clear anyways, so I'll just do it. Yeah, it looks weird on the big one at least. Could be fine on like the side here or something. And like maybe it's not a weird human handle to grab, but instead just kind of the kind of idea of the handle coming off of it, but then it like changes into something else pretty quickly to kind of like take away from that idea. So I don't know, we could change that pretty easily. Another thing that is totally something that we might want to try is just like kind of giving lots of nice open space, but then when we like go to render it, we just like really kind of like have a field day, kind of like having like nice beautiful etching in jade or something like that. I always enjoy rendering that kind of stuff, and this is just potentially an excuse to do that. So if I like kind of leave this whole top cap open for that, I could just do lots of fancy little detailing. And then maybe make it less kind of like spewing nasty smog and more kind of like the like navigating through a sandstorm, and you know it's an ancient eldritch technology that has been running you know very like precisely for eons out in the deserts, and just kind of like very slowly ticking away or something cool like that, where it feels very, you know, like special and powerful, but like not like, you know, crazy epic or crazy ridiculous, just like crazy, I don't understand, but it looks like, you know, super advanced. So something like that could be cool. Just kind of giving it that really advanced technology that's just, you know, survived forever or something, because it's just so meticulously crafted or something neat like that. I don't know if it quite goes with the theme of the trap itself. If you go read the description, it's not quite what it needs to be necessarily, but hey, I also painted like a pumpkin patch for a trap skin, that is definitely not anything near that based on the original trap. So I think it's fine to kind of like go off on a tangent and make something completely different from what the original trap is. It's kind of the joy of getting to design trap skins, is just trying stuff that don't actually really fit it, but then decorating your traps with it. So I think I'll try that. I think I'll go for that like really kind of like ornate, advanced looking tech that is just like so old and doesn't like produce smog or whatnot, but like can navigate through the infinite deserts in search of its quarry. That I think sounds cool. And also make sure you know to turn left at the upcoming junction. Never get lost again with the hand in you. Sting Jade Trap. Runs on emerald crystals, yes. A constant fuel source that you just need to plug in every week. Good luck. I mean, technically you need the like ember to like build it in the first place, because you have to upgrade it using them. So I could actually have it plugged into it. It wouldn't be unfair, I don't think. As long as we do end up using the upgraded version of the trap, which I believe is the idea. I am drawing it based off of that version of it, so it'd be fair to do. So yeah, I mean, honestly, I could make parts of it out of that the jewel if we want. You know, we can still change the direction, but not for long. I do want to like try and get some flats put together within like half an hour, so I should actually probably move on to that phase. So okay, I want to go in that direction of this like really ornate and like ancient looking kind of like technology. So I think I actually want to get rid of the smog pipe stuff and like swap those out. Which is going to change the silhouette of it pretty significantly. So that's an interesting kind of challenge of, can we keep this feeling like it is an appropriate design for it? But I think we can. So what I'm going to do is actually widen out the back here. Actually have that map just extend just a little bit further out again, and it's gotten quite wide. But I just think it'll read better if I do that. Okay. So I'm going to keep the dome shape. I think it'll still read like the trap pretty effectively just from the overall main silhouette of it. So I'm going to have this down here, this stone. I'll just get rid of that for now. Kind of looks like a knight helmet or something. It's kind of interesting. And then because we have this map kind of unfurled here, it does block a lot of the information about it being this kind of like cage system. So maybe I'll extend that just a little lower so it's easy to still read that element. And I can bring these bars down here. just trying to make things line up a little bit better for me. Okay, and then this will be where the bars come down here. And I think when I actually start to kind of block in colors, I'll be able to make that more clear what's going on. So right now it's not the easiest to see. Let's see, what else? Having it be a train robbery wouldn't be a bad way to go. Yeah, kind of does go that route, huh? I mean, it could be. We could just kind of like tweak this to be a little bit more kind of, okay, yeah, it's maybe a little more flattened out on the sides, and then like add those kind of train wheels or something like that if we want. I don't know about the wheels. It can still be like a floating train. And I don't know if we need to like change the shape. I kind of think we might. Can I not? Oh, there we go. Just decided to do it all at once. Yeah, I'm kind of wondering how we might want to retain that feeling. Maybe if there's like this kind of wheel back here. And then like a little wheel up there. Save, 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 save. Yeah, it does look like Tweety's cage, doesn't it? Right. Alright, saving. Control S. Thanks. I always forget, so I always appreciate it when you remind me. Let's do a image. Flip horizontal. Because I haven't looked at it from this angle, and I think that'll really help put things into perspective. So already I can see that I'm liking kind of like, see how it has this kind of like lean at the top and at the bottom, and then like here it's kind of like pushing inward just based off of the volumes of shapes. I actually like that a lot. Normally I'd probably like be like, oh, that feels unbalanced, but right now it feels like it's actually like drawing something into itself. And I think it kind of comes from a bit of this shape too back here, so I might try and push that even more. And right now, like, one of the questions I have is like this wing thing back here, it's not doing anything right now. And I almost wonder if either I should get rid of what it is right now and then repurpose that area to something that makes more sense, or just ignore it and work on other parts. I think I want to repurpose it a little bit. Wing be gone! Let's do it. Get rid of the wing. I still think I want to use that for something, but now I feel a little more kind of, I can try different things. So one of the things I'm seeing with this is I like there being this dome, and I like this kind of cage thing going on. Obviously that makes sense to keep because that's, you know, what the trap is. So it'd be kind of weird to get rid of all of it. So I'm going to try and make that go even further around, perhaps. But I'm wondering if I want to like take this and just kind of have it like flatten at the bottom part, so it kind of like, it's almost the shape of a head, right? Where this is like the jaw in a way. And I don't want to turn it into a head. I think that's a little bit odd. But just to kind of like work with this shape. I just don't know what I want to do with this space here now. I feel like we need to do something with it. It could be Because again, like I like this idea of it being this kind of like ornate, ancient technology, lost to the sands of time and recently kind of rediscovered or something like that. So I want to make it something that can kind of like fit in that realm. Kind of like, I don't know, like uh, Atlantean technology, but for the desert. Um, so maybe, okay, so we have kind of like these ornate, kind of like jade, uh, probably like cool, just details kind of like carved into it, let's say. Let's say we go all out on that, and I think I'd have a lot of fun doing that, so I want to do that. I'm going to try and kind of like bring a little bit of these shapes into it to kind of like break up the silhouette and like have it feel similar but different to the original version. So there's these kind of like, bumps sticking out. But, the steampunk mice or whoever designed the trap actually had kind of like taken this concept but made it more steampunk, whereas this is kind of more the like the relic version of it with its kind of jade technology. So it doesn't have all those kind of pipes actually extending out and blasting smog. It's more so just kind of, you know, interesting gems socketed in, or who knows what. We'll figure it out. But basically, what I was trying to get at is down at the bottom, what if we have kind of a similar aesthetic um, where it's not kind of like some wheel well or wings or any of that goodness. It is instead just kind of like more of this curved, ornate kind of, I would say like sculpture. I would want it to feel more like a sculpture. I think that could be kind of the thing that fills in the detail down there and just makes it interesting and feel like some weird technology that causes it to hover over the sand dunes. And that's why it's so effective, I guess. I don't know. I'm just working with the ridiculous thing that it has become, and I'm not sure what that is, but just go for it. Yeah, I think just kind of cool carving it of like jade and gold, because like I'd say like the ancient relic and the ancient charms and stuff like that, like it would kind of have that kind of aesthetic to it, right? Where it's like just these interesting carved jade with the gold kind of set inside. Um, so yeah, maybe it'll just look like a big uh, ancient charm, I guess. I don't know if that's what people would want, but that's kind of where I'm thinking of it. But like with technology integrated nicely into it, I guess. Kind of want to make this map crop just a little bit more, like that. It's not much, but just enough that it kind of feels like it's hanging a bit lower down. You can imagine it pivoting its jaw. Yeah, I mean, it does kind of have that feeling now. Actually, okay, here's what I'm seeing suddenly. What if it has all this stuff I was just mentioning, but they're like hovering just like millimeters away from the base of this. So this kind of extends down to where it kind of was before. And it has kind of layers and cool etching and stuff. But then there's kind of like almost these plates that just kind of float there. And like you might not even notice that it's floating separated because they're so close together. And we could like even do that for the stuff on the top as well. I don't know. Just had this thought, so I wanted to quickly explore it. I don't know if it's good or not, but might as well take a quick moment to see if it has any merit. Kind of like gives it this extra, you know, weird kind of technology magic feeling. And like I don't want it to get, you know, into like a forgotten power type feel where it's like totally unknown technology and magic that, you know, feels more forgotten than law. But again, it's a trap skin, so I feel like we can kind of push the boundaries a little bit. That's fine. So I'll have this. Stick that out just a bit more. Okay, I think I do actually want to move the chat down here. It's not as though it moves so quickly that I can't keep up with it. But I feel like I'll notice it a little easier if it's right there. Yeah, so I don't know. Try that. Not necessarily exactly how I would want it, but it's something, maybe. All right. But yeah, we're pretty close to having to go on lunch break, so I'm gonna just try and wrap up this phase, the sketch and exploration. Obviously, we can just keep exploring, but we need to kind of move on at some point. And then while we're rendering, we can always kind of modify as we go, as you know. But let's just do that. And then I'll emulate it up here as well, just so that it doesn't feel completely out of place. Unless it does feel completely out of place, and then, oops, why did I even go this route? Well, we'll try it, and if it doesn't work, we'll know pretty quickly when I start to render it out, I think. Let's do a smaller one out here. This one, you can clearly see it actually hovering, which will help the read of it, because this will kind of silhouette. This will silhouette down here, so they kind of show what's going on. I would even have this one come out a bit further, perhaps. There we go. I think it'll look a little better when it has kind of the etching and integrating. Yeah, kind of, I don't know, I'm feeling, is it weird that it almost has this head feeling about it, like it looks like a skull, or a helmet rather. I don't know if we can escape that, or if it's even a problem. This does feel a little bit wide as well. Just a smidge. Though this is facing us more directly. So I suppose it, since this is viewed at an angle, it will kind of fit this, hopefully. I might lower this even more. Just trying to look at it, how it kind of balances out between both sides. That's fine. Okay. So what is this up here? I mean, it could be, you know, like a periscope type thing. For scouting, for clues, hunting map clues. And one of the things the Relic Hunter maps cause you to do is kind of just travel all over the place. So I kind of like the idea of it looking like it is equipped to go on a long journey or something. The navigation elements about it, I think, at least convey a little bit of that idea, which is cool. Let's see. So if I do this and just kind of give that a little bit more thickness, emulate the lens at the front. Where it's kind of like set inside a little bit. Right. And then I actually want to extend this out. So it's a little more kind of telescopic feeling, perhaps. Can maybe create more of that feeling somehow. Let's see, how could I do that better? Like, I suppose if it was like some kind of periscope or searching device, it might be quite a bit longer, you know, because it needs that distance to kind of tune its lenses, I think. Might also have kind of a flat angle here for the internal mirror, but I guess it doesn't need to be shown on the outside to do that. Might look nicer if it is smoother. Let's see. I don't know, is this working? Kind of running short on time to keep working this sketch, I feel. Feels a little thick there. It's like I don't want to spend too much time on this, but also I feel like it is an element that's going to stand out quite a bit. so I don't want to completely ignore it. All right. Well, I don't hate that. And then I think with it kind of like being this contained shape and dimensions, that'll work. I don't know about all these hovering bits. We can get rid of those if we don't think they're working at the end. Let's actually just start to block in the silhouette real quick, because I do want to have that before I go on lunch. It might not be too difficult to do. It's relatively simple, I guess. All right, so there's not too many like different pieces of it really, is the thing. So we'll have a layer for the base version of this, and let's just go with kind of like a jade base for it to start. And then we can kind of add like gold on top of that and change the textures later. We'll start by just making it all jade. Let's get rid of the original so I can see everything. Let's go a little lighter. I don't need to go very saturated for a jade. Then depending on what the light is doing, you can kind of like enhance it. But it's nice to start pretty desaturated, I find. And we could do like a more yellow jade perhaps, but I think for now the ancient relic and ancient charms kind of have this kind of a more green quality to it. So I'll probably stick with that for now. And just for simplicity, I'm just gonna use as few layers as I need. I think the last stream I had so many layers and I was not enjoying that process. So I think I'll try being just a little more loose with it. Especially since a lot of it I'm planning on kind of having the textures kind of blend together a little bit. Like the gold on the jade will definitely be a different layer because I need those to kind of like be fairly distinct from each other. But the jade layer itself is going to cover a lot and do a lot of work, and I don't think I'll need to break out too many layers off of that. We shall see. Let's see. Um, So, get the cage hinges here, get the base of the rest of this blocked in real quick. We'll probably have the grills be like open, like in the original, I think. Um, okay. I'll have to do a layer for the map stuff. So that's definitely going to need to be on its own layer. And we'll do like a layer for the gems on top. And then as we go, we'll throw the gold over top as well, but I don't know where those elements are going to go exactly. But we'll probably want to just, you know, add that as we go. Okay. All the like treasure inside this, it might be easiest to just do that as a layer on top later. Might need a few layers to get that to work easily. Or maybe just the one on top. Probably just the one on top, to be honest. Okay, so good. Make that up there. This here. Cover plates. It's kind of very Matrix Nebuchadnezzar or whatever the ship was. That's kind of what I'm thinking of, I guess. Okay. Cool. All right, let's do a quick layer for the map. I want it to be quite a bit brighter just so I can see it more easily. All right, we're on our own layer. Good. Just gonna block that in real quick. And we can overpaint this and then just erase away where we need it. Like that tear on the side. We can just do a quick layer over top of this one as well for the strap. Just going back and forth between overpainting and over erasing to get like some nice sharp edges. Okay, cool. And I'll do a layer behind just for this map. It's my lunch alarm, so just gonna basically finish blocking this in. And I think I can block in maybe a little bit of the gem layer too, just so I have that distinction. That feels pretty okay. Not bad. I might actually break this layer apart, or maybe not. I don't think that's necessary yet. All right, let's do just a quick quickly get these lenses in here just so that anyone kind of popping in to see what the progression is, it makes a little bit more sense what's going on. And I'm just going to use the same color for each of the gems, but we can change those pretty easily when we get around to rendering it. Like this would be a gem too right now. Oh, maybe we'll get rid of the gems completely on the outsides of the jade. Maybe it's only gold trim, and then like I think these would still have their lenses, right? But all of these extra ones, maybe we would just discard. For now, I'll keep them. Okay. I think there would be one down here too. Just trying to balance it out a little bit. I might like throw a little one here, something like that. Maybe this right here is a gem, just to try and kind of like have it feel a little bit kind of more balanced, I think. But yeah, I'm probably gonna tweak that quite a bit. But now I kind of want to do a really quick gradient, and then I'll go on lunch. So going a little darker but more saturated. And then let's just see what this does. Okay. And then basically what that lets me do is kind of come in with like a nice kind of sky highlight and just kind of like polish up those surfaces to kind of make it read a little bit better. I'll change the color. I don't think that's working yet, but basically that's the idea behind kind of having that gradient. Create some interesting volume of the material, having it so that the light can kind of like scatter through it and like lighten up the kind of midtones and saturate them and stuff. That's kind of something that can look really nice with jade with some well-placed highlights and such. But for now, we're going to do the lunch thing. Just lighten this up a little, I think. Go a little warmer too. Yeah, I'll leave it. I'll deal with that at lunch or after lunch. I'll definitely need another layer between the map and the jade though. And that'll be the kind of gold. Right here. Just so I have it. A treasure chest. And we can change this to whatever if we want. I don't think that would all be gold back in there, but it'll allow me to render those layers easier. I just kind of allow that to be blocked out. It does feel empty here. I might drop the map down just a little bit more to kind of allow that to fill in. But yeah, let's rotate it back. And here we go. Yeah, it's kind of weirdly open here. I want to fill that in. So we'll figure out something to do with that. And right now the colors don't do it any justice, so don't worry about that. We'll tweak it. It does not feel like jade yet, but it will. Let's give that a save. Bring the image up in size a little bit, and then I will bring us out to lunch. I might need to reload the chat. I think it might have frozen on me. But let's see. Close that. Close that. All that stuff should have been closed already. All right, we're gonna go on lunch. Hi, Charlie. Sorry, she just woke up and blocked my screen, so now I can't click the button I need to. All right, lunch break. So we're already 7 minutes. Oh man, good timing on changing my camera. Charlie just stepped on the cord and pulled it all over the place. I went a little overtime. I wanted to, finish up my lunch and get back at it at 2. So I'll be back in 53 minutes. So I'll see you then. Hello. Alright, we are back from lunch. Let's see if my chat stays refreshed this time. Because clearly it did not want to remain. Alright, so we, since we left off, we had quickly blocked in most of the kind of elements of this. There's definitely still some parts that I think could use some definition. I feel like it's a little imbalanced right now. Not totally sure how I want to address that yet, but we can figure that out soon. I think that I might just start to do a little bit of kind of like rendering on some of the textures. And that might help me to kind of like figure out what direction I want to take some of that in. Just wanted to adjust that shape to kind of bend outwards a bit. I'm going to turn the sketch down quite a bit too, because I think I'm at a point where I don't need as much detail from it to kind of like see what's going on here. So kind of line those up a little bit more with the direction of this dome. Try and make that fit a little better. I don't like the jade color right now, but that's not a problem since it's just kind of the fill. Oh, Larry's link. Yes, good point. Actually, Michelle is off right now, so I'll have to harass. Oh, Dave's off as well. Let's see. Since it's like the long weekend, a bunch of devs decided to take today off. Let's see. Franco. Let's see what would be good. So we'll see if Franco gets back to me with that. Sorry about not having that prepared. Normally, I'm very used to like just running the stream, and Michelle will just ping me with the link without me even asking. A little spoiled like that, so. Oh, no worries. It is something that I like to have for you guys, so I should have thought of that. Alright, so one of the things I think I could do is maybe drop the map on the side so that it peeks out below the bars. Or have something that fills in the space. I'm actually thinking I kind of want to like get rid of most of the gold in here, but then have it full of like treasure chests. That could be fun. I have an art chat thing. Okay, all good. And that might be fun, where it's more about like the treasure chests themselves than the gold and jewels and such. Especially one of the main reasons I was thinking that is because I want to do all that gold trim on everything. And so if like, let's say I decided to make the bars out of gold, that would be a lot of gold in one spot. So I think I'll make that adjustment. Or just a pile of gems. One giant diamond, maybe. Let's see. I think I'll try the pile of treasure chests first. Just because I kind of enjoy that imagery. And it also allows me to like fill in this space however I want, because I could like have them like crammed in there and at weird angles. And that kind of lets me do some fun stuff. So let's see. Actually, I have an idea. I'll keep this layer, but I'm going to use that to assist with kind of breaking out the floor on this. And then I'll do a layer above this for the actual chests. This will just allow me to render a little more smoothly when I get to this part of it. Just saves me a little time, I think. Because I will want to treat this area a little differently. Thicken that up quite a bit. I want it to kind of like look like it's the same bar from the top and bottom, right? Need to widen that. They don't really line up all that great, so I should probably make sure those are a little bit cleaner. An ancient relic tucked amongst the gems. Yeah, maybe. I think, yeah, if it is a pile of gems, that at least is different from the gold trim, so that should work. Okay, so for this, I'm just gonna erase away here and just kind of let this kind of like act like a cutout for the layer. And then I'll do the treasure chests on a layer above this. And so I'm going to shift the colors for this real quick. And where did that? No, nice. Good placement. So let's just I just want to cut it out real quick. I don't really care what the color is right now. It feels similar enough that it kind of blends in. That'll let me kind of work with that. Okay, cool. So now I can do the chests and gems on this layer. So I kind of want to like jam one up here. Basically, I want to kind of like make this shape kind of like countering the big gap that's there. I just didn't like how much of a gap was there. It might have been easier to actually have two layers for the jade, so I could have this all behind everything else pretty quickly and easily, but we'll work with this. I might actually group these together and then use a clipping mask if I need it, but right now I don't think I'll need it. We'll see though. Jam another chest up here, I guess. And then the corner one down here. Okay. I'm going to make a selection of this. And let's see. It's probably a weird way to do this, but let's see what it gives me. cut off here. Yeah. It's not the most effective method that I'm using, but it'll get there. Okay, so I think there's a bar that goes across here, actually. Okay. So I don't know if that's very clear what's going on yet, but hopefully as I render stuff, it'll make a little more sense. And I'm just gonna give it another chest right here. That should fill up the space with a bunch of chests, so hopefully it'll kind of be like, okay, I get it. It's just jammed full of treasure chests. And then yeah, like I think I'll just kind of add little gems on the floor. Don't want them too perfectly evenly spaced. Yeah, I think I like it just being the gems and the treasure chests, but no gold. So there's certainly going to be enough gold already, I think. Alright, so that's probably good enough to get the idea across. Now, I think I want to try doing some of the kind of like embossing detail work. Just gonna erase that little bump there, and I think this bar up front here needs to thicken up, because the other bar on this left side is significantly thicker, and I want them to kind of like, you know, be on either side of this gate, so it would make sense that they would have the same dimensions. And yeah, these bars are pretty thick on the side facing us, so I figure we should probably match them. Alright, cool. That feels a little better. It feels less like there's this weird mouth gap thing. It's a little more balanced feeling, I think. I might even like tweak it further later, but right now I think I'm happy with that. So let's see what we can do. Actually, first thing, I think I'll actually try and get the local color of the jade to a better place. So I am gonna like bring up my saturation. And then I'll switch to let's try like my leather brush to see if we can get some cool texture going. I have just a Google image search page up of jade, and of course there's like all kinds of different kind of versions of it. There's really like deep, dark, rich shade or jade, and kind of like, you know, some very lightly colored. But I think I want to go a little bit faded and like brighter. But I want it to be kind of dark enough that like the gold accents will like really look nice on it. So it's gonna be just kind of pushing back and forth until I think it's a good base for it. I don't think this texture is necessarily enough either. So I'm gonna do a quick pass with this, and then let's see what would be good. getting some of those kind of marbling streaks in here is always a good idea. And I could try maybe the, let's see, maybe Nebula. Where are you, Nebula? It's a good brush. I like it. All right, let's see. Oh, there's cracks. I haven't done cracks in stuff for a long time, so let's see what that does. That seems pretty decent. Kind of gives some of that kind of marbling that is what you would find on some jades. And basically, I have it on a new layer, and I'm gonna kind of like overdo it a bit, and then I can kind of pull it back. I'm also gonna go quite a bit brighter and lose some saturation. Just really push it. Okay, that's probably a good place to start. So I'm gonna grab a super soft brush and just kind of like pull it back in a bunch of areas. I don't think it needs to be quite this much everywhere. And also I need to wrap it around the surface a bit. So I don't, unfortunately, Photoshop doesn't have like a good liquify tool. Like it kind of does, but like I don't like how it works. So I'm just going to use my smudge brush that I've adjusted to try not to like smear it too much, but it certainly smears it a lot. But I was gonna kind of like blend it a little bit anyways. This is like almost like a motion blur level. It's pretty extreme. So, but basically what I want to do is I want to have the texture kind of like compress around the edges. So like as it wraps, it kind of like, you know, just visually kind of like squishes in closer and closer on itself. And then basically this will give us a groundwork to kind of render over top of, give us a starting point. All right, let's see. I think it's fine on the doors here. This whole lens area I'm going to probably do as a different texture anyways. Yeah, the smudge brush, it like really just smears it and does not look very clean. I wish I could set it up so that it, like, maybe there's a way to do it. I haven't managed it yet, but to make it like keep it all nice and crisp would be incredible. All right, so I'll just manually add in these kind of seams and cracks. And I don't want it to go this strong, I don't think. Well, maybe I do. But I'll go further than I need it right now, and then I'll pull it back to a better place. Yeah, basically, by using that texture brush, it just kind of gave me some ideas of where to just throw the texture. Kind of did a bit of the work for me, but now I'm just gonna do it a little more manually from here. So, let's see. I'm just kind of imagining the sediment that kind of like got compressed together over a very large amount of time, and kind of like how these kind of like, I guess, might have formed in layers, or however jade comes together. But just trying to imagine that that's what the wrinkles of this kind of marbling is. So I'm trying to think about it and make it work in that kind of context. So I'm back a bit there. Yeah, I don't think it needs to be super strong to work, but I think it could be relatively strong in a couple of places just to, you know, make it a little bit interesting and organic feeling. A little more created by nature. So I'll go with that. I don't know if it's quite what I need yet, but I'll go with it. All right, I'm gonna do this layer. Let's stick with this one, and let's go quite a bit darker and more saturated. And then let's just use our mild texture brush. It's basically a almost unnoticeable level of texture on this brush. But we'll go quite a bit darker. And then I'm going to use my actual smudge brush to just smooth out that transition so it's a nice gradient across. But making it look somewhat like the Aurora base. I mean, that could look pretty cool. That is a pretty nifty looking base. I think I'm going to try this right now. I kind of have a picture in my head now of what it could be, so go for that, but I don't dislike that idea. I think that could look pretty awesome. Let's see. Alright, I think what would help right now is getting that gold trim on it now, because it's getting to the point where it's like hard to see what I'm trying to create. The sketch is pretty quiet too. It's not really screaming at us, so it's hard to see what I'm looking at even. But the veins don't help, so I'm going to turn those off for now. And then I'm going to create that gold trim layer. And this will help kind of carve out our shapes, and then we can bring back all the noise and detail, and hopefully it'll read well with all that. So let's start with maybe the these pieces here, because I could easily see that being kind of the metal trim there. Maybe the outer ring of this is gold, but not the face of it, or maybe the whole thing is. I don't know. The droid monocle. All right. Let's see. All right. This is also some kind of metal band trim around the base of this kind of lens thingy mabob. Okay. I think that looking at like the ancient charms and such, I want to have kind of just these bands of metal kind of riding around on the surface of this, just kind of in fluid kind of, you know, directions. So let's see. Actually, you know, I'll just throw this on a new layer in case I want to like really quickly alter them, but once I'm happy with it, it'll be easy to just merge it down. And I think one of the ways I've done the ancient kind of charm um, uh, metal kind of parts is there's a wide enough gap between any of them that there's kind of like a seam of the jade carved between them. So it kind of has a nice spacing that way. Still see a droid hunting the map while wearing a monocle. Good. I like it. Especially with it zoomed in like this. Although the way it's potentially holding it, with the way it's zoomed in right now, it's like pointing the map towards the outside and being like, look what I have found. Alright, let's see. What if you made something driving in the large window at the front, or a droid or an ancient relic? Just cuz. Just cuz. There. Probably not what you intended, but alas. Alright. So I want to get more of the kind of, you know, swirls around this maybe. Okay. And it's very dark right now, but I'll definitely be lightening this up quite a bit. Okay. All right. Want to leave enough room between them again for all that potential etching stuff. How do I want to handle the bars? And I'm not necessarily ultra happy with the kind of pattern right now on all this, but gotta start somewhere. And then, of course, since this is like rotating away from us, we can kind of flatten out all of these so they are kind of, you know, compressed along that surface. That's pretty thick there. It's a little better. All right. Just my legs. All right. I'm gonna give it a quick flip, actually. Why is it always so warm when I stream? It's like beautiful hoodie weather outside right now, but it is cooking in the apartment. Nice background, dog. Yeah. Good old wash. Apparently this trap has been searching for a very long time, and it's just kind of like, eh, about it all now. Alright, I think that that's okay. So we could spice this up just a bit by putting a little bit of shading on the gold. I think that'll really kick it up, I think. So let's just kind of... Actually, I'm going to merge them together first. So the kind of ancient relic stuff, the gold on it is very kind of orange and textured, I find, so allowing for that same feeling here, so I want it to kind of mimic it. Okay. Then I think the jade itself is actually quite dark. I probably don't want it to be this dark, to be honest. So I might knock it down, or up, bring it up a bit. I'll keep a bit more saturation though. Let's see, gentle brush. Let's go. we okay? Color dodge is kind of neat. I'll knock it down a bit more though. Just so that there's like little crackle in it. Alright, and then I want to hit it with much kind of stronger highlight so we can actually see the polish and the surface on this whole thing. That'll help a lot. TBH. Alright, so let's start up here. Just kind of hit surfaces pointing up to the sky. Actually, I'm going to go into blues for that to kind of like have it reflecting the blue sky above. And I'm going to go way too far with this, and then I'm going to pull it back. Lean more into the floating bits. Yeah, that's true. I agree. The floating theme isn't strong with this. Doesn't really kind of resonate. Or kind of, it's not clear yet. So I agree. Let's do that after I kind of give a little bit of attention to this. I just want to see how this will look, to be honest. This is way, 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 way overkill. But now if I like knock that all back quite a bit, let's say 38, and then let's clean that up with the smoothing brush. Give it like soft transitions in parts. And then like where the reflection would be blocked, just erase away. So it has just a little bit more depth now. Not much, but a hint of it. Not there yet. One of the things that will probably be good is like carving those in between kind of bits between all the gold. So I think I could do that on this layer to help us identify where those are. For example, I really want to move this little bit of gold here into the center of that. Now, And I don't think I like planned the design too perfectly, so it's kind of a little bit haphazard feeling, but I think once I get enough of it kind of like added, these kind of carvings, it should start to come together a little bit more. I think I can turn off the sketch for now though. Yeah, it's like that part's a little tight. I think I'm going to shrink the gold in the middle there. Just leave a little more room for these details. Something like that. Sure. Alright. And once we have these kind of carved out, I think I'll be able to like hit it with the highlights in ways that should really make things pop nicely. I don't even know if I'll be able to see deep down into that texture. This chat over again. Let's see if it actually is up to date though. I'm gonna reopen it. Pop out. Set top. We'll click through. Shrink down. Scroll down. All right. Go away, guidelines. I can't see things because of you. Alright. Okay. Feeling pretty okay about all this. I'm going to want to jump over to the highlighting of the jade next to kind of like actually make this look decent. Because right now it's kind of doing what I needed to, but it doesn't actually look very good with it. So I got to fix that. It would be nice for it to actually look how I want it to. Alright. That's okay. Let's do a new layer. This one's going to be the kind of bright sky, actual light source. So go quite bright. And then, so let's flip back to what we're used to. With this angle, the sun is kind of positioned to the top right. So basically I want to just catch the edges that are going to be in the right spot with this nice, very bright highlight. want to get it like really polished and reflective, I'd probably want to tighten up how kind of bright and spread out the highlight is. So right now it's a little bit kind of like wide. So it's maybe not quite polished and shiny. Okay. And basically where the surface rolls away from us, it's very likely it's going to catch some light there too. Just lighten all that up too. It's like the very edge of this, you just hit with like tons of light. Whatever I imagine the atmosphere is would be effectively what's kind of bouncing off of that surface, because it's such a steep angle. Smudge that out, and I'm gonna have to like come back at this with like an even stronger highlight, I think. So I don't think I'm kind of getting that good specular highlight action yet. Right now it's a little more just kind of atmospheric reflection still. Okay, so hopefully that's starting to feel a little more 3D jade. Technically, where it kind of like steps between different planes, I should probably have those kind of marbling elements kind of, change directions pretty dramatically. That might be nice. Yeah, that might be a way to handle that. I think I understand what you're getting at with that. Basically just kind of editing parts of that individual layer and kind of like squishing and then stretching and squishing and stretching to kind of create these stairs there. I might try that. Might be good to do. One thing I do want to do is add deep shadows into a couple of areas here. So I'm going to go really dark and saturated, and let's go cooler. I'm going to grab my occlusion brush and then just hit the just trying to decide what layer to hit. Okay, this is a color dodge layer, that's why. I'm like, why isn't it doing what I want it to? That's why. So basically I'm just kind of deepening those little kind of edges and crevices, which is something I can do with kind of these nooks and crannies carving area. Where it's kind of facing towards us, we're able to like peer into the material a little deeper. So where I can see deeper in, maybe the material is, you know, quite a bit darker in there, less light reaching into it. But then I'm actually going to go the opposite onto that, where the inside edge where light has hit pretty dramatically, I can like have those shadows like really saturated and pumped up, and that can look pretty good, I hope. There's lots of little kind of like ways to texture jade, and it's all interesting and fun. So it's one of my favorite materials to render because of that. It's got a lot of neat properties. Okay. I'll have to deal with the lens in a bit, I think. I don't know if it's going to be jade or not, but we'll leave it like that for now. I used similar principles for some of those mice, basically by having kind of like the embossed areas of the armor. I'm imagining, you know, it's like a flat kind of piece of armor, and then we like punched in crevices, and so when it gets punched in and comes out, the light is it's going to be picking up different angles of light, which is kind of similar to what I'm dealing with here. They're both kind of reflective. The main difference between kind of the metallic armor and like a jade like this would be that the metals wouldn't have any subsurface scattering, whereas the jade would. So basically the light hitting this stone, the stone has enough glassy quality that the light actually passes through it, and the color kind of gets more rich. People say hi. Alex says hi. Yeah, so similar idea, but like I'm about to add the subsurface scattering element of it, which the metal would not have, because metal just kind of blocks all light other than reflecting it. So basically on the underside of areas where it gets deeper into those crevices, if it has enough light on it, I'm going to have the material kind of glow on the inside of it to represent the light kind of like going into the material and coming out. So, something like that, maybe. It's like, I don't know, not all this is necessarily going to have enough light to produce this effect, but it also kind of can look nice, so I might just push it a bit more in a couple of places. It's like where that light falls off of the surface there. Because there's still light hitting these sides, it might scatter just a little bit into the shadows. But since it's not necessarily super intense right there, it might not travel as far. Like this shadow up here might have some pretty strong kind of subsurface going on there. But yeah, like I think I need to like even push the kind of glassy reflective quality of it even more. And one way to do that is to actually kind of darken it and remove reflections in enough key places. Let's see. So if I pull back on this even more, and basically kind of like erase away as if it was a mirror, kind of reflecting a scene. So this is like the reflection of this telescope here, right? The inner edge of the am I using my eraser? I'm not. It's like, why is this not working how I want it to? It's supposed to be eraser. There we go. Let's try that again. So this is like directly above, which means that we're gonna get its reflection at like a 45-degree for a surface like that. So it's rounded. I should save soon. I'll save right now. Thank you. Always appreciated. Right. And then also, like when it's facing directly at us, I like to kind of knock reflections down even more. Because I feel like there's less light that's gonna, unless I was holding a flashlight directly at my head level, I feel like I'm not gonna have a lot of light bouncing directly back at my face. So mirroring is a little bit weaker when it's pointed directly at you. And then that also works with it where it gets more reflective as the surface turns away from you. And I think these the stronger highlights I could pull back a bit too. Should make it a little more kind of extra shiny if I tighten up the specular highlights and reflections. Less is more. But like on that edge, we're getting kind of like pretty direct reflection there. Sorry, Charlie's just rolling around again. Alright, that's probably good enough to move on. I think it's kind of getting the right idea, but a lot of this design is still very unresolved, but this is figured out enough that I can kind of make things work against this, and then once they're all there, I can pull it all together again, which is nice. But yeah, like another thing that this doesn't capture at all in the feeling is I want there to be that like sandstorm quality about the whole piece, and that's going to change the lighting a lot. So I'll definitely do that. Okay. So I don't know if anyone saw the post on my art page about the Clan O'Connell dev stream. There was like some kind of technical difficulties, and they never actually managed to get the stream up properly. So they had to reschedule it. So it's happening tonight at 8. If you want to be a part of that, highly encourage it. Help support the other Hit Grab team working on a pretty cool platformer. It's also the demo out if you haven't tried it out. It's pretty fun. Yeah, give it a go. Right. So this is me turning on and off different kind of elements of this. See if I need to like pull back on any of it or not. Okay. That's not so bad. I think that's working. The metal here, I think we can kind of like enhance a bit. Go a bit warmer in some of the shadows, and instead of making it kind of smooth smearing transitions, I might kind of add some deeper kind of crevices and shadows. And I feel like we could add some of the same kinds of etching textures into the metal here. Yeah, hopefully they don't have any technical difficulties this time, because it's like they have a special slot for the autumn Steam sale, I think it is, or whatever it's called. So it's like a nice way to kind of get featured. And it's unfortunate that it did not actually display properly or connect or whatever the issue was, so I'm sure they have it sorted this time. Okay. just kind of adding extra detail into the metal part. I don't think it's super necessary right now, so I'll stop fiddling with that in a minute. Jump over to something that might be a better use of time right now. Back a bit. All right. It definitely does feel like, you know, an ancient charm now, which is cool. I'm okay with that. I'm gonna like add, I'm gonna change the lens portion. I think that'll work better if there's some kind of different texture. I'm gonna jump onto the map real quick, just to kind of give that some presence, because I think it's an important part of the image, so I want to get that figured out. Someone was also mentioning really kind of like bringing more attention to those kind of floating jade pieces, and I think that that is a very good point. So I will also be doing that. Oops. Yeah, the demo has some things that can be kind of tuned up with in terms of controller / mouse keyboard. It's very much a game designed to use a keyboard, or sorry, not keyboard, a controller. Like I have an old Xbox controller that I just USB plug into my computer, and it works perfectly for that. Am I gonna hide anything in the map? You bet I am. You bet I am. Let's see what I hide in the map, though. Alright, so let's throw really quick kind of just base rendering onto it. Just give it highlights and shadows. And make it a little bit 3D. All the secrets. All of them. Every single one. But it's all just in the like rolled up part, unfortunately. Like just out of reach of being able to see it. Just barely. I somehow already rendered all that on a layer that I will never reveal. So sorry about all those secrets. They're totally there, but you'll never see them. Aha. Got them. No, I think I want to like put in some Easter eggs with you guys. You know, I could throw some initials in if you want to throw your own into the chat. I'll secret it away upon the map of mystery. Yes, Richard the Rich's location is definitely going to be within the folds of the map. Is the smiley face going to stay? I don't expect it will, to be honest. I'm just enjoying it, but hey, you know what? If it like ends up working in the end, we could try keeping it. Listen, it's up to you guys to decide. I think on a lot of the elements. So, all right, we got an. Let's see. We got an ABC. We got an SLS. Let's do a new layer for these. So, going to use kind of like a faded ink. So we have, let's see, a B, and a C that I think is where a tear might end up happening if I need another one. But let's like make this a little kind of more fancy and cryptic looking. So let's see, we could do kind of like something more like a so it's a little less kind of like, you know, easy to decipher, but it's not totally illegible. So I got an ABC there. We have an SLS. It's a weird S. Hang on, I'll make it a little better. I just wanted it to kind of like be a little bit hidden. Oh, should we do? Okay, it's the worst. Do the like this S thing. Eh? It's not just the worst. So SLS there. Alright, I'll just erase just the edge of that. It's just getting hidden behind the map curling up against it, right? Might actually need to pull these down just a bit, because they're actually pretty big, but that might not be too bad. I'm going to fade them out too, so they're not going to be too in your face, but I think it should be good. So is this EI? Yeah, I might shrink them down, to be honest, just to kind of like make them feel a little bit more like they could be just kind of names of places in a map or something like that. Try and make that a little more cartographied, if it, as it were. TSG. This one might be hard to cut off that much, so I'll pull it up, I think. Oop, I need to pull everything up. Might not be too bad there. Yeah, that should still read. Okay. Let's see, I don't want to miss any. This is like a useful canvas for all of these. Right. So EJI. Oh, is the, okay, yeah, we could put the EJI. Let's do that. Easy enough to tweak to a J. GDH. Okay, all right. DWF. We have just a few spots now, so let's see. Yeah, I haven't done this for a while. Let's see, try and copy that D. Why not? All right, and let's see. I think we can fit one last one. Actually, two. ARP, did I miss ARP? All right. Did I skip ARP? I did. My bad. Okay, I'll get everyone's in. Don't worry about it. There's plenty of room. All right. Yeah, I'm unfortunately going to shrink down a few of them, I think. Just so that they're a little more consistent with each other. This one can go down just a hair. Okay. All right. TAP, TWN. I don't want to skip that one too. All right, getting close. I'm gonna cut it off at this point because I do need to continue the drawing, but let's see. I like made such weird characters that I'm now having to try and emulate them. I suppose I don't have to always be the same, but kind of neat if I can try to emulate them a bit. did I do that wrong? I think I did. TWM and then TAP. Sorry. Let's see. Sure. All right, so let's see. DWF, ARP, here, TWM, there, TAP, ARP, I did get there. Okay, so TAP, EM, and then JMA, and that's it. That's the last one. Snuck that in right at the end. That's it. All right. This is quite a few that I've managed to fit in sometimes. And I haven't done this recently. It's been quite a while, but yeah, when I've done it in the past, I've only ever kind of taken on, you know, maybe 2 or 3 of them. All right, TAP, did ARP, EM, and JME. Paragon of Law was the last one. I mean, technically that one was a very long time ago when I first took that on. Was that actually the last time I had done that? Because if so, that was a very long time ago. At least for the Jay's Fine Boots portion of it. Yeah, when I redid it. Yeah, it was not that long ago when I redid it. This is true. It's supposed to be an eraser. Fix that E. Let up just a hair. All right. Yeah, there we go. I know at least these people are going to have to get this skin now. All right. Last one was JMA. Sweet. All right. New layer. I'm gonna put the like leather strap above these. I think I do need to go a bit darker. Okay, and then there's kind of the bolt or whatever is kind of holding up the map here against those bars. It's already 3:30, my goodness. And okay, I'll try not to obscure the JMA too much there. Hide that for a second just to get this shaped well. And then I'm actually going to tone down all of the lettering just to fade it into the map a bit more. Okay. It's maybe a bit thin on the leather strap in some parts. Depending on the angle I'm kind of viewing it at, it's fine if it goes thin, but where it kind of is angled towards us, I want it to be a certain thickness. And I think that's probably fine. All right. All right. Let's move that to be less obscured. Have it overlapping the A a little bit. And then I think just moved it all up by there we go. That's probably faded just enough, to be honest. And I'll want to have the cartographer's kind of, markings. Yep, take a hard left past the EM. And just when you see tap, you know that's when it's time to dig. I don't think I don't know about like adding a treasure box onto the map. That could be fun, but I feel like I've certainly kind of put a lot of extra time into it, and I might need to make sure I'm not gonna spend too much more time on this little map here. It's a neat idea having the treasure map, or the treasure chest on it. But I'm also already going to be doing a number of them inside the cage, so we'll do those first, and if I have time left over, we can add those extra potential details onto this map. So that could look nice, opposed to enhancing it. I'm also going to do little topographical lines, so I think that can kind of make a nice map. I might erase kind of some of these around the edges where they might not be kind of adding all that information right to the edges, but also if they're kind of like putting these markers of the, you know, initials, I feel like, yeah, maybe it's just a cutout of a bigger map or something. Nope. All right, that's a pretty good amount of detail. More than enough, I think. Okay, and now to knock this all back. Bring that down to kind of the same level as the actually I'll knock it back even more. There you go. Even like 10%. Ah, that's a bit too light. Put it 19. Perfect. All right, so you can just barely see it, but the names kind of show up a little bit better. Cool. Oh, the F instead of a T on tab. Sure. Don't want it to. Easy enough to tweak. Yeah, that's a fair point. Don't want it to read wrong, huh? Yeah, some fading and wear on the map edges. Totally. Let's do that. If I do that, I might pull these in just slightly. Okay, let's try heavy texture. It's just a little old and musty. It's been sitting in a scroll case for a little too long, and maybe a bit of moisture managed to get in there. Not ideal. Yeah, I think you're right about the strap color. Alright, let me just work the map a little bit more and then I'll finish dealing with that. So let's get dark shadows in here. Wake up, computer. There we go. Wake up, computer. I have to save. If it ever wakes up. Ooh. Copy link. There we go. Wow, my computer is not happy sometimes. Not awesome. Alright, give that a save. So let's see. Better test this link just to, be sure it's good. Whoop. And wow, everything is slow. Ooh, nice, worked. Alright. A little thing for everybody there. Enjoy. Compliments of Franco and Larry. Okay, I'll do this as a layer above, just because the other one was lower opacity. So I don't want to go that dark. That's pretty dark still. Probably lighten that up quite a bit. Because I mean, we're talking about, like, you know, it's probably a relatively thick paper, but it's still just paper. In some parts, sure, it's going to be a very dark shadow, but that's more like a thick leather or something feeling. So let's see what happens. Something more like that. I'll actually erase. A little bit more there. Turn off the sketch right now. Yes, it does feel like a cinnamon roll. Oh no. It's very thick, but that's also because of how I rendered this outer edge. I think it's okay if it's a nice, thick kind of map. Don't think that's too unfair for it to be kind of like a bit heavier, and you know, maybe the paper was pressed by the cartographer themselves. The parchment. Yeah, you mentioning that you wanted a cinnamon roll also made me want a cinnamon roll, so I'm in that boat. Okay, this crease here is kind of, see, I could maybe get it to work with mostly highlight. And then if I smooth just the right parts but leave kind of her harder edge on others, that might also get the fold to look right. Computer's thinking again. You can do it, computer. I want to believe in you. Oof. Alright. I might need to update some hardware. Oh. I see what happened. I like jumped layers magically. Awesome. I hate when it does that. So that might have been why I wasn't able to smudge it properly. Let's get a little more highlight happening on this too. I think with this, I should definitely move on to other parts. I've certainly overdone it on the map. Because I feel like the trap isn't even close to done, so should probably finish up the trap. It is 4 o'clock, so oops. I had fun with the map though, so at least we did that. More floating stones. You're right. Let's do more floating stones. Let's go. Floating stones. Yeah, I think that helps, to be honest. I feel like I'm actually going to want one floating back here, but I don't know how I'll handle that. Later is how. Ooh. All right. Yeah, I mean, viewer count on the stream is always going to dip pretty hard after lunch. Just because, you know, disappearing for a full hour will do that. And then, yeah, in terms of the comment made earlier, not really the case, you know, like, I think that, yeah, there was certainly a period when it was in its prime in terms of kind of like player count, but that was back when kind of this kind of game was the only kind of browser game on such platforms, but that has certainly changed. But it certainly is still going very strong, and that is certainly backed up by the ability for me to continue doing what I do every day. And I mean, we've hit some pretty wild numbers with our latest release too, and it's going pretty good, pretty strong, and you know, very excited to kind of like push the game to new levels and work. Actually, one of the things I want to do is do a little rework on some earlier game stuff so that it's a little smoother and more new user friendly, because that's always something that could be improved. But yeah, like definitely still pretty solid. Just kind of making these a little more disc shaped, I guess, just to kind of match the lens kind of shapes there, the cylindrical sides. The charm conduit upgrade, wouldn't that be something? Yeah, I mean, I've mentioned it before in other streams where that was kind of the original design was to have different levels of it, and we just never kind of like decided where to put it, so we didn't end up using the other levels. The charms kind of took on a whole other dimension, and I don't know what we would do to create a different level of charm conduit. We kind of did that with like the null gauntlet. Technically that probably should have been another charm conduit level, but I guess we weren't really thinking about it at the time. So yeah, I think that just won't be a thing, to be honest. But yeah, the reworking early game, there's just so many powerfully bad drop-off points for new people, because like you show up and like if you can kind of, stick around long enough to get through the meadow, which is pretty quick now, um, it just kind of drops you off in a half kind of baked town of Narnia, where basically it's like, okay, do this thing. The RNG is not great, and you don't really have any ability to kind of control how the outcomes work. So there's nothing to actually do for the player other than just kind of wait and hope. Um, so that's not great. Um, a good game flow definitely has much more power for the user, where basically they can see what's happening in the game. There's good feedback about kind of like, hey, when I take this action, this is the reaction. And by looking at that, they can see like, oh, hey, okay, I see that this is the thing I'm struggling with. If I try this, does that change the outcome? And then like making it so that, that is a clear thing that can happen. Suddenly, trying to go after a specific mouse, or like go after a boss, and you have to like make this cheese, and or something specific where you're interacting with the world and it's changing things, and you're, making the, you're altering your experience and getting the feedback that it's working. That makes all the difference in the world. That's what makes a game much more fun. So that's the kind of thing I would like to bring into the beginning of the game, because it does not have that. As well, like something that we should try to do is have kind of like the beginning of the game kind of like show off what actually makes MouseHunt great. And right now that stuff's all way hidden deep in, kind of, you have to play for years potentially to get to the kind of like really cool content. And so even if you like hang on for a little while, you may not know that there's some really kind of interesting deeper mechanics that exist, and you'll probably drop off before you get there, unless you have someone kind of that you play with and they're like encouraging and help you stick around. So that's a big issue. I think if we were able to kind of tune that up, that'd make a huge difference. And so that's something that I want to be able to do, but of course there's always the difficulty of like, oh, where can we fit that in though? So something to figure out and try. But one of the potentially nice things about event season, which is where we're at right now, is it does kind of like allow the art team at least to kind of like, only have to develop kind of like, oh, okay, we got to update this HUD a little bit, or add a new mouse or a couple of new kind of rewards. But those can be generally handled with a reasonable amount of time, leaving potentially enough time to kind of like do some gameplay concepts and stuff. So I'm hoping that soon I'll be able to kind of like sit down and try some of that. See if I can kind of give a little bit of an experience to the town of Narnia, because that is kind of like an important moment. It's that like early impression, especially because that's where your horn timer kind of slows down too. So that's another pain point, that if we can kind of like improve that reason to kind of like, ooh, but I want to see what my next hunt is, then that might just be enough. Just gotta captivate them, let them know why the game is exciting and fun for all of you, and then yeah, that could be a really big thing for the experience and growth of the game, because we are working on that, kind of like trying to reach more people who have not seen this before. So there's quite a few. So it'd be nice. Yeah, it's hopefully I can find a little bit of time to kind of push that just a little further anyways. It can always be improved is the thing, but like taking the time to do that is the difficult part when we're a pretty limited team and we don't want to like drop content for kind of end game players just to kind of focus on one thing. Although I think it would definitely be worthy of kind of a lot of attention. Sometimes the player base doesn't want us to step away from new content for too long. But hopefully it wouldn't require that is the idea. Especially if I could just kind of like maybe come up with some ideas and do some mock-ups and stuff, and we could just try them out, see if we want to develop it, and have a good enough idea to hopefully have a single dev kind of step out and work on that for a bit. Who knows? So I'm just kind of adding a little more contrast to some of the parts of the jade to kind of pop it a bit more. Yeah, exactly. Failing to attract is not fun, right? And it's kind of like, well, that's why we want you to have super breed, because then you always attract. But it's like, well, either we should just give you guys super breed to like get to do that a lot more, but that comes with difficulty around like, oh no, if we give too much super breed at the early game, people are just going to create multi-accounts to trade up to themselves eventually. That can be a bit messy and not ideal. But I think that could be an important experience for a new player. So it's kind of the balance to strike or manage somehow. So I think it's important. But also the idea of kind of like, okay, well, instead of having weaker cheese fail to attract as much, perhaps instead it just attracts really bad mice that you do not want, but you're still at least catching mice. So, you know, there's methods and options for tuning up stuff. But again, it's also a case of like, well, let's kind of give it a try and then probably try something else later, or at least tune the experience a bit. It's an ongoing necessity. Go quite a bit darker. Get some leather highlights on this, I guess. I feel like I'm missing some good chat here. Yeah, one of the ideas for tuning up the early game as well is actually kind of like giving more opportunity for new players to do um, treasure maps together. So like being able to kind of like have a kind of like new hunter map form, and maybe it kind of like will kind of just connect you with anonymous other hunters and you do it together, or maybe it could connect to kind of like mentor style players who want to kind of like be there for new players who are interested in kind of like meeting people, and we could kind of give some kind of mentor type reward to players who are interested in being a part of the community like that. Who knows? That kind of stuff is pretty neat when it works. But that's just kind of a quick idea that we don't have anything solid on that, but being able to just kind of like do maps with other people is actually a pretty great experience. It's obviously not for everybody, but it's one of the things that I think a lot of players enjoy now, even when it doesn't matter what you're doing in the area so much. But yeah, we're looking at improving the kind of mapping capabilities regardless, and kind of like helping people connect on maps. So I'm excited about what that means. More on that in the future, though. Okay. Spending too much time on little things. Just get a quick drop shadow. Yeah, exactly. Just to jump into the conversation from earlier about attraction rates, all that can be area specific. Like your cloud curd, or your, now I don't even know the name of the cheese. I just call it cloud cheese. But the cloud cheesecake. That has basically perfect attraction rate on an island, right? But you take that to any other location and it does nothing. So I think that we could kind of provide that to kind of the early experience where they don't have to suffer through fail to attract so much, and maybe like early, like they'll start out with a fairly bad cheese that does provide that, but then it's another kind of like learning point for them, maybe where they can switch to some kind of special cheese just for that area, where they can avoid that mechanic that feels bad. And then, hey, I didn't like failing to attract. That feels bad. I can do something to change that, though, because I figured out how to change that. That feels good. So that's kind of a fairly big deal. It kind of provides the aha, I've learned and evolved. I've adapted a strategy and made improvements. I changed my scenario. It feels good when you can do that. Let's see. Get more of a sky blue. Hmm. Should have the bait be on a floating stone like the trap sets out after the cheese. Ah, man, that's a great idea. Challenge with that is because this is a trap skin, um, I think it uses the trap's rules for cheese placement, and I don't think it's very easy to just kind of like alter that. It would require kind of custom tweaking to it. But I love that idea. That's really solid. I wish we thought of that for the trap itself, because that'd be perfect. Just kind of hovers up there, and then the trap itself just kind of drives on through, grab the mouse on the way. It's going to be a little less highlights happening around here because there's just lots of things to kind of obscure these reflections. Cool. All right, and then highlight layer can go quite a bit brighter. All right. Sorry, I'm getting a little bit on the quieter side right now. Just kind of falling into those focus mode. Let's see, I'm gonna get quite a bit darker just in there. So I just want it to kind of fall back. So inside there's going to be kind of like a bunch of just treasure chests just crammed in there and a couple of gems. So I'm just going to finish up the jade real quick. I just want to get some of the deeper shadows. Should be this layer here. So quite a bit darker. Go warmer. Use my occlusion brush and just get those deep shadows. I'll definitely want to get a little bit of the this gold trim happening down here somewhere too. What I'm wondering is, well, actually, maybe if I just run it down the middle. These, it might not be too bad. But I was kind of wondering if I wanted to make the bars gold or just have kind of like the caps of them gold. But I feel like I could run it right down the middle and that would feel kind of Relic Hunter. Kind of like that. Sorry, Charlie. My legs have fallen asleep. Have the bars be spindle style. Like a spiral with gold inlay. Could be. That sounds a little more complicated. I still have lots I gotta render on this, unfortunately. It's taking a bit of time. Yeah, unfortunately I don't have any Halloween art left to do. Kind of cleared that out of the docket, like at the start of October. There really wasn't any to do for recent streams, as much fun as that is. Just trying to figure out where to add little kind of etchings and such. Feel like maybe the probably should have been on a different layer for all that. My bad. I'll just do this instead. Maybe the front of the kind of cow catcher. I don't know what those are actually called, but that's what I've heard them called. Could have gold on the very front lip of it. I just need to connect these a little more. Neck is a bit stiff. All right. Oh, save, yeah. Thanks. Thank you. With the bars that you mentioned, I was just a bit worried that I didn't know exactly what you were kind of referring to. Kind of like if it would be like, I guess, spirals and spindly and thin. That might be pretty cool, actually. It would actually fit the aesthetic pretty well. basically having just the jade be kind of like the top cap and the bottom plate. Very important color of purple. Yeah, sorry, I've been streaming a while, huh? That's just how it goes. I kind of, only have so much steam for it, but I do want to try and get as much as I can completed on it. All right, let's see. Maybe we can reach up into the purples. All right, let's try this. Thanks, Purple. Have a good weekend. All right, I think this might look cool if I just add a little punch of green into it, but I want to try that as like an additive thing. So let's try screen just to see what this can do. Let's see what it looks like with lighten. Lighten has a little more color in it, so I kind of like that. Yeah, I think I'll go with lighten. Okay, that's just got a little bit of interest, I suppose. texture into this, I think. Cool. All right. Negatory on that green lens light. Try a color shift, see what that does. If we're not into the color, that's fine. And let's see. Just kind of more of a sky blue. The pink is kind of neat. Just pull it back a lot. So there's just a hint of it is pink. Just kind of pushes those purples and blues a little bit, kind of like that. Yeah, that was a concern that I had. Chaotic Memoir. The map is such a kind of like thing that kind of just it does break it apart. And so I was considering just embracing that even more. Where basically I would have kind of like the jade top and jade bottom, and then the bars themselves could be, you know, just thin gold or something like that, and like maybe even pulling them separate even more. I think what I ended up doing was making the map just a little bit too like take up too much verticality of it. What I could maybe do is pull the map up itself and just show a little bit more of the actual kind of trap itself, or maybe I'll just duplicate this so I don't mess it up. I won't use this version of it because it's going to mess up everybody's names. But if I like shortened it, I rolled it up a bit, that might be enough to kind of like help reveal the trap underneath a little better, which is probably a good thing to do. Like that, and then something like that. And that would probably assist with the read, but yeah, again, if I did kind of like, okay, just the top is jade and the bottom is a jade disc, really make those kind of cleaner, and then have that kind of gold kind of spiraling wires between them. I think that would actually look pretty nice. So I might try that. Oh no, GLN. No. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to be able to wrap this up today. I'm kind of like getting that out of gas feelings slightly. So my creative kind of problem solving is certainly kind of reaching its limit. I think we did go a little overboard on the map itself and made it a little too featured on it, which can kind of damage the read on the trap itself. That's not the end of the world though. I think another way we could kind of try to address that challenge is if we have the map as is, and that's totally great, I could potentially pull the bottom of the trap out and down a bit more and have them even as totally separate floating elements. And then maybe these two parts just kind of hover around and just chomp, something like that. Although I suppose the law power type is kind of more about capturing the mouse and containing it. So keeping the cage element is probably ideal for that. Caffeine will solve that. It's true. It is only 4:36. I haven't had a break since lunch, so I should probably take a quick break. I could make another coffee. I am planning on staying up late tonight and working on the game jam stuff since I haven't actually officially started really working on it. But I need to go out and get turkey too. So yeah, I have Jacob thoughts on kind of game concepts, but nothing officially kind of started. So I wanted to start that tonight at least. So I probably will want a coffee anyways. So I think I'm going to do that now. And then I can kind of try and finish off what I can on this, and then come Monday I'll be able to actually look at it with a clear set of eyes and be like, all right, here's how I can fix this. Because it's close. I think it's close, but it's not totally there. So I'm gonna do the quick break. It does take a little bit longer for me to make coffee because I actually have kind of like an espresso machine, so I froth my milk and everything. So it'll be more like 5 minutes and a little longer because Alex will almost definitely also want a coffee when I make one. And I should probably stretch and all that. So give me good 7 minutes, and I shall return. So we'll do that. I'll be RB. Okay, my bad. Maybe 11 minutes would be a more appropriate break time. Got a fine coffee. Actually, thanks to a used to be MouseHunter, sent me some delicious beans and some concept art that they had made back in like 2012. Very, very cool. Very kind of them. It's very tasty coffee. All right. That's an interesting idea. It generates the maps and hides the loot. That's a pretty neat idea. I like it. I don't know if I'll be able to capture that, but I could see about it maybe? Either way, if it has like those kind of map kind of containers, the scroll cases that could feel kind of like appropriate, even if it isn't clear that it's trying to kind of like generate the maps and hide them at the same time. I mean, I think I could do that, but that would be a lot of work to kind of like show that. Like I would almost want it like drawing the map, like have some kind of like, you know, scribing tool kind of like actively working on it. And I think that's a really cool idea, but also it's maybe a little late to try and make it that. I don't know, maybe a future thing. It's certainly a neat idea though, so I like it. I actually kind of like the jade more without the gold trim in some areas. It's just so noisy. So now that I'm looking at it like up here, up there, it feels much nicer without too much obnoxious gold kind of like overwhelming it. What I'm thinking now is having it more like this, and then having the gold reserved for kind of like the the kind of like socketing portions of it. So like the edges of the bars or the bars themselves could be solid gold, and then the kind of rim of the kind of lens here and the capping here, and maybe these gems, but then most of the jade could be just kind of like carved into it. I think that would look nicer. Yeah, because like one thing we haven't really done yet is looked at it in kind of just the grayscale, and when you kind of like see how much kind of just uh, it gets very noisy with the gold kind of element there, but without it, it actually is kind of much calmer and easier to kind of look at and read. So that's nice. I like that. Another thing that I'm considering is what if this portion of the jade here, yeah, this part here is not actually revealing the inside of the here, I'll try to explain it by showing it. But I ended up kind of revealing the inside of this. Meanwhile, if you look at the front of it, it's kind of like, oh no, actually, if you just kept that shape, the map would cover over it. And that's a little bit less complexity for me to try and kind of reveal. it could even have no like open bars on the outsides. Maybe it is just a solid jade thing with a door in the front. And I actually think that would balance it better if it was that way. So it's more like a jade box, or like, you know, just container, right? So it's like a nice kind of decorative thing you could put on your desk or something, and it has this door that opens and you look inside and there's these treasures, um, instead of this cage feeling. I think that might look nicer, and it would feel more balanced, to be honest. So I think I'll do that. I just it just kind of came to me, but I think that's the way to go. Um, it really would solve a lot of the things that I'm not very happy with. So, boom, got rid of those. It'll make the map sitting on the side of it feel a little more kind of like, okay, this is fine here. It feels like it can belong. I can still do kind of a little more with the gold trim behind that to kind of make that neat. I might widen out these straps as well. I think that could look nicer. Um, yeah, I think overall those tweaks would really make a difference. So let's actually just fill that in. Um, and this would also be solid, in my opinion. So it's like, just kind of the inside of this would be quite a bit darker, because we're looking into this thing now. And I think all of the treasure that's currently in there, I'm going to redo, to be just kind of simpler. Because before I was like, oh, I'm just going to jam a bunch in there because I want it to have a certain shape and flow. But now with it closed off, I actually think it is good as is. So I'm not so worried about conveying that feeling. Cool, yeah, I'm feeling better about that already. And I can get rid of these highlights in here, which in my opinion were just kind of getting a little bit noisy, drawing too much attention in a way. And then this, cool. All right. So I think that I might put like a light inside of it or something like that. It might just have a bit of kind of like natural glow with the kind of material properties where there's just kind of some of that kind of like, the material having light pass through it. So I'm gonna go really green with that. And then in certain parts it would potentially get a bit darker if the light isn't hitting it as intensely. And it might not quite look great yet, but I honestly think that it is going in a better direction. Might just take a little bit of tweaking to get there. And then yeah, like putting a single treasure inside could look nice. Or, we could throw the gold back in there and it doesn't have that weird issue that I had with it before where it was a little too kind of noisy, especially since I wanted the gold trim on things. That was a big challenge with it, I found. But now it doesn't have that issue, so it could just be crammed full of gold, and that's all rammed up against the side of a big plump treasure chest. That could be pretty good. Hello, phone. That's noisy. Excuse me. Phone's just freaking out because it apparently was fast asleep. Surprised it hasn't just decided to start playing music. It suddenly does that these days. Let's see. I think it's all good. Ancient relic on a pedestal inside with gold coins and rubies and a thin layer on the floor. That's a neat idea. It'd be extra cool if this had like extra potential when kind of like going up against the Relic Hunter mouse, but I don't think that is something we'll be able to do for this. But just because of all that, it kind of makes me think that would be neat to do. Yeah, it's not going to happen. That's why the lenses are on top to channel the light into it. Yeah, you know what? That does work. All these little kind of skylight type things. Okay, let's see what it looks like with the gold again. It's a lot, like it's better than it was with the bars removed, I feel. But yeah, I definitely still want to remove most of the gold, to be honest. I like it in a couple of spots, but only a few. So let's just do this. One thing I could try is just making it very thin instead of completely removed. And maybe if it's just very thin, might look okay. Might be too thin, but we'll see. Yeah, there's really chunky globs of gold, and I don't think it helped it. So I think it is better with it thin. Might not be enough, but it's better than it was. Sorry, I'm so quiet for this part. Just concentrating on removing thin bands of gold. It's delicate work. Okay, these parts, I'm just gonna get rid of that completely because it's emulating stuff that's not even there anymore. Oop. Yeah, actually, shadow shouldn't be on those layers anyways. Alright, I actually feel quite a bit better about that. So I think I could do a little bit of gold stuff around the map area, and then bring a little bit more down at the bottom. But yeah, less is more, definitely. It was a little heavy-handed. So I'm just gonna merge this down to keep those changes, because I had basically erased it using a clipping mask layer, in case I wanted to kind of go back to a certain way it was, but I'm pretty content with where it ended up, so I don't want it. So just nice thin wires of gold instead. Alright. Not quite sure what I want to do down here. Nothing too crazy though. Yeah, you know what? I think I might like it still with just gold gone. Let's try this. This will be easy to try out, nice and quick. Basically get rid of all the gold except for a very select part. maybe a little down here. Just something to balance it out a bit. Yeah, if we throw gold on the inside of it too, you're right. I agree. Would look nicer with just kind of like limited gold. I mean, maybe even no gold at all. Just the tiniest amount to break up kind of these shapes. Everything else can read on its own with the highlights, I think. And even the lens I could kind of like make read stronger. Yeah. Yeah. So just kind of like the smallest amounts in a couple of key places, basically, is the idea. Yeah, like maybe not even for those parts here. Yeah, I mean, I actually think I would enjoy kind of rendering more carving in this and really kind of like making that look cool. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to work on this next week though. Don't think I'll be able to finish all those elements. I think this has helped a lot though, to like really kind of like reassess it. Just catching up on messages. All good. All right. Well, yeah, go ham on the carving. I think that would look really fun. It would look really cool if I like give it more attention, and because the gold unfortunately was so high contrast, it drew the eye away from it. You couldn't appreciate it. So this would at least allow me to kind of like work on that part of it, and I would even get rid of these kind of socketed parts of the gold band and just have it be a simple, clean gold band on it. So let's see. I don't know if this is ultimately what I would do, but I think it might look better to just kind of make it really simple and clean. and then I just need to like fix the shading around that area. Shouldn't be too bad. We need to even have some of the kind of curving come up onto the side of the lens here. Ouroboros curls around. That's kind of interesting. Is that like it eating itself, or kind of at least spiraling into itself? Yeah, I think the top periscope does need to kind of get a little more carved into it to kind of bring it together. I agree. Let's see what else. Can get rid of the kind of internal highlights here. I'm gonna kind of make it a little bit more of a heavy flat, I think, in there. I like the idea of it being basically a stone door. Maybe there's kind of just a little bit of a, lock box kind of thing that is kind of sticking out a little bit, maybe. I do think I need to shorten the door, to be honest. Yeah, not a lot of people have this trap, so the nice thing about it is that it is for the Relic Hunter season, which means that this reward will be around for quite a while. So, here in my mouth. Yeah, closer to when it would be, you know, potentially vanishing. Um, Hopefully, quite a few people would actually have earned this trap. And you could potentially, I don't know how exactly it is going to get plugged in, but could potentially earn the skin for the trap before you get the trap. Usually that's something we allow for. So I figure I should probably render the back canvas really quick to at least basically give everything a little bit of a render. Also, I realized I completely got rid of the stones on the ground, and I need to put a kind of treasure inside of the canopy part of this, I guess, whatever you want to call it. And then at least it will kind of have a little bit of everything. I don't know if it will be marketable. Not sure. I'm not entirely sure exactly how it's earned either. I imagine it might be, well, I'm not even going to speculate because I have no idea. I'll let you guys speculate. It's up to you folk to take gander at how this might enter the game. Oh, actually, I had something I wanted to like ask you guys. What moments in kind of like the earlier game, let's say, were things that made you kind of like, oh man, like I'm interested in this. This was like a moment that you like really found kind of like exciting and captured your kind of attention and made you want to kind of continue playing. Because basically, I want to try and kind of like figure out more of those moments and see what we could do to kind of like introduce those like oh man moments into kind of the earlier game. So if I can kind of like have a good idea of like when you had that moment of like oh man this game is great, I'm gonna play this more. Like what was happening, what were you doing, that kind of stuff. I'd love to hear it. So yeah, basically if I can incorporate more of that kind of like excitement, that could be good. Always can improve the early game experience, you know, but can probably improve its current state a lot. The iceberg. Really hated Clawshot City. That's interesting. So what's the kind of like elements that were frustrating with Clawshot versus what excited you inside of the iceberg? And I have some kind of ideas around that, but I'd be curious to hear what your kind of like perception of those elements were. I think that'd be pretty insightful stuff. Collection mechanics, steady progress with minimal time commitment, and good art. Thanks. Yeah, exactly. Like a lot of it is also it's really a certain kind of player's game, and certainly not for everybody, and that's obviously something that's totally fair and expected. You know, you really have to kind of want to play a very slow burn game to like commit to MouseHunt, you know, to actually get anywhere. Um, but that's also something that's pretty unique and amazing about it, that I don't think is a very common thing in games, and so you know it's one of the strengths of it. But trying to like capture that in someone that doesn't even necessarily know that they're into that kind of thing, trying to find those moments that makes them want to stick with it long enough to discover that about their their kind of like way they enjoy games like this. Is it like a particular mouse, a particular mechanic? Shadow from the periscope doesn't fall onto the dome. Yeah, it doesn't actually have a cast shadow on anything right now. And then this reflection isn't reflected in other kind of surfaces, so that would need to be tweaked, I think. So accurate on that. Grind of the Fool's Gold was terrible, and even using Gouda and Cactus Charms, there was a lot of fail to attract, or steals. Liked the introduction of maps and special, yeah, yeah, the special bases for it were pretty sweet. Yeah, because like that's one of those moments where it's like you activate something that augments your game experience and it actually makes a difference. Crafting more cloud cheesecake. All right, let's see. I got so many Oasis beads. Fair enough. Hmm. In the early areas back when I started playing, 2011-ish, the best moments were the rare mice in the starting areas, like catching a mole slash black widow slash nugget mouse. And I think that like those are really exciting when you know that that's kind of your personal goal. And I think there's probably better ways to show that as something that's an exciting moment nowadays. Because back then, that was kind of like almost the only thing that you could do, where you're like, oh, I know that this mouse exists and I don't have them yet. But I almost wonder if that's like different nowadays, where there's kind of like uh, more of an expectation, um, of like kind of something more dynamic and controlled. Because like one of the things that I think, like I think that that is certainly an exciting moment, but it's also kind of like if that's the only thing that you're kind of looking forward to, obviously when it happens, it's really, really powerful and wonderful. But like before that, in between, it's also very, you know, frustrating and slow and kind of like because you can't control encountering those characters, then it's like kind of, you know, not actually that exciting. At least for a number of people, I'm sure it's still exciting enough. But yeah, I think we could kind of like use elements of that that are good, but remove some of the frustrating things, I think, while still having it be a worthy challenge. But yeah, like I want to like create more of a mechanical boss fight or something like that, where you're kind of like knowingly going up against a certain, challenge and having to kind of like prepare for that, and how you prepare is actually meaningful and makes a difference. So you learn to do better at preparing, and because you did that, you actually have a better outcome, and so you're like reinforced for playing smart and learning the system and mechanics, hopefully. What is this? What layer are you on? This layer, right? All right. Yeah. Ooh, getting the Acolyte when there's still less than 100 total COD. That is very impressive. You just got the Monolith base at Viceroy. Nice. I mean, you really do gotta go out of the way to actually claim that Monolith base. It's a little extra grindy, right? Good thing to collect though, just for the sake of it. So one thing I want to do as well with the rendering of the Jade, and honestly, I'm totally digging it a lot more now that it's kind of like cleaned up and simplified. I think I'll have kind of like that sand quality reflecting in the ground area, so it's going to be much more yellow, much more pale, and it'll have the bounce light coming from below. So the lighting quality from above is going to be cold and sky blue, and then from below it's going to be warm and yellows and oranges. And I think that'll kind of like have a nice kind of like feel to it, and then having a little bit of an atmosphere in the air where there's kind of sand blowing along the ground. I'll even have it kind of piled up on the base, and like the bottom of the base or the bottom of the trap could have a little bit of kind of like obscuring happening, because sand is blowing past and it kind of blurs a little bit, something like that, if there's like nice wind kind of gusts or something cool. But yeah, I'm thinking that I've figured out where I want to go with most of this and how to get there, so that's great. This, I'm just gonna chuck it. I think that just having the single treasure chest within is actually maybe the most compelling way to handle this, with like just a tiny amount of like gems or gold on the ground, but really drawing a lot more attention to this singular chest, I think, is a little maybe more impactful. I don't need a new layer for that. I should probably look up the actual chest from a Relic Hunt and try and make that instead of just kind of guessing at it. See, this actually looks more leather than the straps do. Interesting. Okay, but yeah, I think I've kind of reached a point where I think I know where I want to go from here. And I also think I've kind of like hit my limit for the stream. But I feel like I was struggling with it for quite a while, but at the end, really kind of just reassessing the overall look of it and kind of like realizing that the gold just distracts so much. I think that really changed a lot. And I'll still need to do additions to this, especially like for the backdrop and like the ground. In the original, there's kind of those the crystals kind of growing on the base, and I think I'll want to have something like that. But hey, maybe it's like gold kind of versions of that kind of coming into the ground, and then yeah, like the sand dunes and stuff. I think that'll look really great. But yeah, I think I'm gonna wrap up here. There's just so much more that I could work on with this, and I don't think I'll be going through it super fast right now. And I think also it's very highly detail oriented to kind of get right. So I want to actually tackle that with fresh eyes and taking a good look at it. So I'm going to save it now. I'm going to give it a quick flip just to really take it in. Yeah, at this point, like I feel like I could pull back on the floating stones, because before it was like I needed to push that element to like make sure you saw it, but now it's like almost overwhelming in terms of like seeing that element. So I feel like I could knock that back and it would be pretty good. I think it could be really neat to like show the inside of this and like have the inside of the gem kind of shining its light into this space. That could be interesting to try and capture. I don't know how well that will work, but we could try it. Or I guess you'll find out if I did end up trying that. But yeah, not bad. I think it's oddly balanced. The background will definitely be a big part of returning that. Also, when I have the sand dunes and stuff like that kind of placed, I think that'll really also really make the colors make this piece work so nicely. Just having that ground bounce light from below will like knock the bottom part of it and the map together in a nice way, and all kinds of things will hopefully pull together when all the kind of like elements align. But yeah, I think it's like maybe a whole other day's worth of work, to be honest. But hey, you know, it's a pretty cool trap. It's certainly going to be available to earn for quite some time. So I think it's okay to spend 2 days on it. There should be some nice value in it. And, you know, of course, for those of you who have been here throughout the day with me and took part, I made sure to keep you along for the ride and permanently journey with this strange thing. It's wild. I don't know what it is, you guys, but it is. And now your names are stuck on it. I hope you've enjoyed yourselves. I have. I think it's pretty cool. I'm excited to actually like come back to it with a fresh perspective, because I feel like I'm going to look at it and I'm going to be like, I know exactly how to make that way better. And that's always nice to be able to do. So again, you know, always super duper appreciate you guys hanging out with me. It's just such an awesome experience getting to create stuff with the community and have you guys, give really valuable input and shape it and become a part of the history of the game. Um, oh yeah, floating stones lifting off the base, super cool. It does have a beholder vibe, like way more than it did before. I like that. Ancient relic on a pedestal inside. All right. Let's see. All right, George. Let's see what we can do. I said I was done with this. I tried to escape. You know what? I'm just going to give you a big G. That's it. Good. All right. I got the initials now. Let's see. Sorry to anyone else who missed out on getting their names inscribed in the by the original cartographer, I guess. But yeah, I mean, I hope if you missed out and you're kind of like watching this later on, if you get the chance, join me next time. I love to have everyone involved. I will try and kind of incorporate more of this stuff. I actually really enjoy doing it, and I often forget to. Lighten that up just a bit. But yeah, I mean, it's always fun, always appreciated. And also, as I mentioned at the beginning of the stream, I'm working on a game jam project, and it's running for 2 weeks, so Dave should definitely, not 100%, because I thought he might be able to this week, but then we realized he had booked off today, so that didn't work out. But I'm pretty certain that next week Dave is going to be doing Feedback Friday, and then I'll probably do the one after that, which means that that day is the last day for the game jam. So the fun thing is I should have a game that will be for whoever wants to try it out, and it's probably going to be terrible if it even works, if it's even complete, but I'd love to share it with you guys regardless. So take a look at my social media stuff. I have my Facebook page, and I also have a Twitter, if you'd believe it. I don't use it, but I should. So I guess you can find me there too. I am going to actually work on using those, and I think especially the Twitter for this game jam, because I feel like that's probably a better place to throw quick little kind of updates. And at a certain point, hopefully I'll actually have something that people can kind of like load up and actually test out, because I'm going to need people to try my project when it's ready and like give me feedback on it. Here, let's see. This is what it is. I didn't even know what my Twitter handle is. Save. Good point. I'll do that. Saved. All right. It is a Jade Fabergé egg. You're right. So give me a follow there. I'm going to be posting stuff about the game jam. I'd love to have you guys along for the ride for that too. Give me feedback on the ideas and art and stuff. And I'm thinking I'll probably even do a art stream for working on that. Basically, I'll be working on that in the evenings, and over the long weekend, and on Wednesday, because I have Wednesday off. Um, so hopefully I'll be able to get something complete, and I'd love to have you guys be a part of that. Yeah, yeah, my cursed profile picture. Um, I originally had just kind of like an old kind of like self-portrait there, and then I was like, should I update this? And Alex suggested just having the most cursed image. Although my Discord is way more cursed than this, but this was pretty good. So, all right, thanks for the follows and hanging out. I think that's a wonderful thing. Um, but yeah, I should probably get heading on out. Let my brain kind of spool down. Go grab a turkey for the weekend that Alex and I can enjoy. And yeah, I'll probably see you guys in 2 weeks, um, or maybe next week. We'll see if I do 5 in a row. But yeah, um, as always, stay safe, wear your masks, social distance, wash your hands, Black Lives Matter, trans rights, all the good stuff. But yeah, take care of yourselves, take care of each other, and happy hunting, everyone. I'll see you guys soon. Take care. Bye.